Driving next-generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Holcim. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low-carbon construction a reality, where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Holcim, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Holcim. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality, where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Wholesome, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Wholesome. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion. Reducing your carbon footprint. Employee health and workplace safety. Protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
I'm very happy to welcome you at the first edition of the ESG Conference in Moldova. The event is organized by the American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova, and I'm very honored to represent the largest international business community in the country, AmCham. We organize it in partnership with PWC, the team of PWC being the one promoting the idea of the event, co-creating the content with us, and of course being here today to contribute to the panel discussions. Also, the event is organized with the generous support from UNDP Moldova and EBRD Moldova. In just a couple of minutes, you'll see the representatives of both organizations with welcoming remarks, but also speakers of both organizations as part of the agenda. By the way, you can find the digital agenda by scanning the QR code everywhere, or you just can type in esgconferencemoldova.com to access the content of the agenda. And please feel free to use the translation services, because most of the discussions in the panels will be held in English. Okay. Well, the discussions on ESG framework regarding the three dimensions, environmental, social, and governance, has started not long ago, even including AmCham platform, on AmCham platform. But together with colleagues from PwC, we decided that it's about the time to dive into it deeper and to start serious discussions with all the stakeholders, public institutions, businesses, investors, financial institutions, non-governmental organizations, to understand what is this ESG trend, why is it upscaling in the region, and what are the perspectives of the implementation of ESG in Moldova. So this is the aim of this conference, and with no further ado, I would like to invite onto the stage for welcoming remarks. First of all, Minister of Economy, Dumitru Alaiba, Dima Al-Khatib, UNDP country resident, and Alexandru Kosovan from EBRD, senior banker. Please welcome Dumitru.
Hello, I suppose it's here. Thank you so much, Mila, for the invitation, and thank you all for coming. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay too long because I have another event at 1 o'clock. But you know, promise is a promise. So I'm happy to be here with. I regret I won't be able to hear everyone's opinions. However, I'm sure we share the same values, and I'm sure that we are on the same page when it comes to sustainable development. Because what we are, let me start with our vision for the economy briefly. We want to build a free economy, which, and there is a lot of work to do here. We want to build an open economy, and we have a lot of potential here as well. But also we want to build a fair economy. And when I mean fair, when I say fair, I mean fair towards the environment, fair towards other players in the economy, fair from, in the relationship with the government, both sides, and fair to consumers and employees. We have an opportunity we are behind, but I want to see an opportunity in this problem because we have a chance to build something worthy of 21st century without having to reshape and restructure old economies that we might have. If we had prosperity in the past, we would have inherited them. We have to think not of the 21st century because we are already a quarter of the century in. We have to think about much further, and the foundation we lay is now. So this is why Sustainable Development Goals are extremely actual for us in the Ministry of Economy and in the government while doing the policies that will have an impact in the decades to come, because this is whatever legislation and whatever policy we adopt today, the real effects for the economy itself will be seen in years to come. That is why, and I believe, I'm convinced actually, we are condemned to have the greenest economy in the region, because Moldova is landlocked. Moldova doesn't have resources. Our competitive edge is to be more efficient than the countries in the region. We want to build, as I said, an economy that is fair towards each other and towards the players in the economy. An economy where the government treats the entrepreneurs fairly, without humiliating them in making them navigate useless bureaucracy and begging for their rights. We want to build an economy where justice prevails, and this is a very long process, but we will get there very soon, because also we don't have time. As I said, we have a lot of ground to regain from the past year. It has not been a good year. It was dominated by uncertainty and anxiety and, yes, fear. But we have enough energy in this government to move things fast forward as soon as possible. And being said this, thank you again for the invitation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, Minister Alaiba, Minister Giordano, distinguished members of Parliament, guests, welcome. I'm very delighted to be here with you and to take part in this very important conference to jointly emphasize the importance of applying the environmental, social, and governance principles, the ESGs, within the business community for a sustainable economic development. These sustainability principles have gained importance worldwide, and Moldova should be no exception, as the country builds forward better and greener. The ESG principles provide an ideal framework for private sector engagement to ensure the close interlinkages between the development goals and the economic interests of the country. And while the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, are also a universal call for action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and to ensure that by 2030, all people enjoy peace and prosperity, they provide also a comprehensive guide for businesses on environmental, social, and governance investing. They also recognize that the private sector is instrumental in pursuing and financing sustainable development in partnership with governments and civil society. To remain ahead of the curve, ahead of the competition, and to succeed in any industry, it is essential for businesses to embrace these concepts, as it provides powerful benefits for businesses, for investors, for the stakeholders, and for the environment. It also implies that businesses review their operations more holistically, by embracing resource management procedures that prioritize sustainability. Organizations can gain a competitive edge in the modern marketplace. It also will benefit investors and stakeholders with a better governance system and enhanced transparency and accountability, an area that Moldova is putting a lot of importance on. With Moldova's EU's candidacy status and the commitment to build forward better, this is an important time and a major opportunity to start the implementation at scale of the ESG principles and across all Moldovan companies. We at UNDP, we are a pioneer advocate and supporter of policy and programmatic interventions to advance the sustainable, inclusive, and green jobs creation, integrity-based community business development, private sector involvement in the SDGs, as well as equal and equitable access to economic opportunities. In Moldova also, UNDP has been supporting MSMEs that are the backbone of the economy for enhanced competitiveness, for diverse business development services, and for access to foreign markets. With the intention and the commitment, the keenness of Moldova to adopt these ESG principles, UNDP remains committed to advance the country's private sector development and engagement, including by promoting sustainable business practices and offering the needed support focusing on the private sector contribution to the advancement of the climate agenda, local community development, workforce welfare, and human rights, but also on business ethics and fighting corruption. I'd like to thank today and commend the partnership with the American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova, thank you very much, with PWC, with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, in organizing this conference and bringing this important topic high on the agenda. I think this is the beginning of a series of incremental initiatives and workshops that will be along this line. And I want to thank you. Vă mulțumesc. Thank you very much.
Bună ziua. Good day to everyone. Minister Yordanov, Minister Alaiba, colleagues and representatives from the Moldovan business community in this room and online, it is a pleasure to see you all here today. I am honored to have the chance to tell you a few words about ESG and EBRD's commitment to spread the word and lead the way. Today marks an important step towards better understanding of environmental, social, and governance principles, ESG in short, and the actions necessary to integrate them into daily operations. As we know, companies are increasingly required to adopt sustainable business practices, adopt ESG principles, and invest in green development, as to prepare themselves for challenges that lie ahead. However, many companies, small and big, ask themselves the question, why should I bother? Especially now that many of them are still recovering from the pandemic impact and have to safeguard their companies to overcome many challenges driven by the war on Ukraine. Well, to break down the ESG principles in a more understandable manner, we in EBRD Moldova have joined the forces with AmCham, with PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the United Nations Development Programme to demystify ESG and sustainability. Also, to provide knowledge as to how this can benefit the SMEs and what they need to do to make a difference and also to feel the difference. We should also mention that with the support of the European Union and the EBRD, what they need to, they can benefit of various support and hands-on advisory services that can help individual companies in their journey to embrace ESG actions. We talk about climate change, we talk about changes in relation to mitigating them, and SMEs remain the backbone of the economy. This fact should be acknowledged. They can have a huge impact on sustainability as they represent over 90% of all firms globally. The international business community is increasingly incorporating ESG considerations into their policies, practices, and reporting. Effective corporate ESG integration is vital for risk management as countries move towards net zero economies. It is also essential for unlocking new business opportunities, adjusting to changing customer behavior, and being an attractive employer as well. What is quite fascinating today is the increasing importance given by credit institutions on sustainability and ESG principles in the process of credit decisions, on loan origination and loan monitoring. Increased regulatory scrutiny, a gradual shift of global financial flows towards sustainable investment, alongside public resolve and determination, are steadily driving the sustainability agenda forward. It is a long path ahead and no doubt will involve a steep learning curve for everyone involved as to how to adapt in this particular circumstance, including in Moldova. Therefore, we hope that this timely work is embraced by the market and businesses in Moldova, and that it will help to pave the way towards a more sustainable and more responsible economy. I thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive discussion during the panels today. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's time for the first panel to start, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of the first panel discussion, Albena Markova. Albena, you're welcome into the stage. Albena has actually got a very impressive background. She is country managing partner for PWC Bulgaria. By the way, thank you for choosing to be here today with us. Albena has over 24 years of professional services experience with PwC, and for the past 10 years has been leading the PwC consulting practice across Southeast Europe, covering 8 countries. But what is even more important that for the last 5 years, Albena has led some of the most significant projects across Southeast Europe supporting policy reforms in important public sector. That's why we have considered her to be the best moderator for the session dedicated to policies. Albena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and it's a privilege to be here today, and thank you for the trust. I hope that the next 1 hour of panel session, moderated by me, but with some very interesting, distinguished guests who will be introduced in a few minutes, will be interesting and valuable for all of you. But before inviting them on the stage, I would actually like to say a few words and set the scene, because the topic of the next panel is actually the role of government in the ESG space. What are they doing? Why is it important that they interact with business and so on? Actually, I would like to start with the topic of Sustainable Development Goals. Ever since they were introduced in 2015 as a blueprint to achieve a better and sustainable future for all, it was somehow the perception, especially in our region, our part of the world, that this is much more the business of government. Yeah? Because the topics which Sustainable Development Goals are covering, of course, are related to battling poverty, improving education and healthcare, social inclusion, as well as the climate change. And somehow, naturally, topics which are in the domain of government interventions, where governments provide policies, regulations, and so on. Then during the past few years, and we actually heard from the introductory speeches, we started speaking much more about environmental, social, and ESG frameworks and topics, and governance as well. So these were significantly boosted as well by the European Green Deal of 2020, were followed by a number of legislative changes that are introduced. We hear most of them coming from the European Union, but of course this is not unique. This is happening all over the world. And thematically, the ESG topic is broadly linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, right? Because the topics are kind of similar. We're talking about climate change, about social inclusion, governance, which is accountability and transparency, and so on. So what is the difference, and why it is important to transition speaking about ESGs? Is it pure semantics? Is this another abbreviation that we're just using to attract attention and interest? Actually, the spread of the ESG as a framework has one very significant element, and is a step change, which we need to realize, and is very important. It finally brings the business actors to the table, because it finally recognizes that the corporate community have to have a shared responsibility to achieve the sustainable targets and goals. Because it's no longer the government's business only. By having requirements for investments, for reporting, for disclosure, actually these very institutions and corporate citizens who are creating value, who are impacting with their activity the climate, the natural resources, as well as all the people who are involved in their operations, need to be held accountable and need to be brought in this fight or in this change together with government actors. Change cannot happen only top-down. It needs to have daily activities in the form of business initiatives, in the form of transforming businesses towards the green agenda if we are to report on certain progress in these areas. And of course, this will be the effect of all the European legislation that we've been hearing, some of it in draft, others already adopted. We're speaking about the EU taxonomy. We're talking about the newly adopted Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, CSRD, the draft Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, as well as even specific country legislation, such as the recently adopted German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. These regulations will have direct impact on all the countries that choose and will transpose and adopt locally this legislation. But even more so, it will also have much bigger indirect impact on even on companies who are not situated in those countries, just because the requirements there go across the whole value chain. If you are a client or a supplier or interact with any such company that is subject to such reporting and regulation, you're going to be impacted. And that is the beauty of it. It actually goes much beyond the specific legislation that has been adopted. So coming back to governments, we see that businesses are now on the table, they're involved. So what is the role of the governmental sector? It still has a hugely important role to play in ESG. I would argue mostly in 3 areas. Of course, first it's about government helping embracing, adopting, and implementing the right regulatory policies and frameworks at the national level in 2 directions: to stimulate action, for example, by green incentives, fiscal incentives for companies to be investing in green activities, or by actually imposing regulation to enhance the transparency and accountability, which is around reporting and disclosing important KPIs, which are related to ESG. So this is one role. Another role, and this may not be necessarily obvious, is actually that governments have a role to play to stimulate innovation, because there is no way that without strong investment and stimulus of green technologies and innovation, we will achieve the ambitious targets of how fast actually climate needs to be mitigated and how fast we actually need to adapt to the climate changes. So innovation is important there. We need to have the stimulus for companies, startups, and everyone in this scene to be fully supported to innovate, to develop new technologies, and governments have a role to play there. And finally, maybe most importantly, governments need to be leading by examples. At the end of the day, they themselves are large employers, large buyers of services and products. They are property owners. So they have the spending power to move the needle substantially on each of the ESG areas. And they should really be transparent to gain trust from society. So if they themselves act and behave like responsible corporate citizens, then they have the full right to require this from companies. Yeah? So if these are the areas where government intervenes and kind of has its role to play in the ESG space, so what are the typical actions that governments are taking? And we see a lot of this as examples across our wider region. So governments, first of all, raise awareness. They sustain a dialogue. They set coordination mechanisms between the private and the public sector to speak about the need of ESG transformation. Then, of course, they develop strategies at the national, at regional, local level and turn them into action plans with prioritized initiatives, actually going even down to creating the specific programs and projects, because this is the way to implement and to operationalize any strategies that otherwise may remain at the high level on paper. Governments also plan for the funding and financing of relevant programs, and particularly infrastructure investments, because we all know how big a change will need to happen in that space if we are to achieve our sustainability targets. And finally, governments do monitor and report the results, promoting accountability and transparency along the way in front of the whole society. And then finally, before I actually finish the initial introduction and we go into the discussion, let me point out also a few thematic examples of how governments intervene and interact. Actually, I tried to pick up a few from our closer region here on the 3 different pillars of ESG. What do they do? For example, if we start from the environmental area, The first subtopic, which is really important, and we see lots of activity there, this is the climate change mitigation, which is around decarbonizing and changing the energy consumption pattern as well as the energy mix. I don't need to tell you how important this is in light of recent developments, but we are actually encouraged by seeing a lot of activity in the neighboring countries and regions. For example, we're having the Romanian government who is currently developing its hydrogen strategy, something which is extremely innovative and very important, and it's a great example for a number of countries in the region. We had very recently in Bulgaria, the Bulgarian government structuring and finalizing the National Decarbonization Fund, whose sole purpose is to focus on the energy efficiency, because this is a huge issue because of the quality of the buildings and actually lack of refurbishment, and this nets any other proactive decarbonization efforts in the country. So this fund will be entirely focused on refurbishing and helping change the needle in the public sector as well as residential buildings. And finally, Bosnia and Herzegovina is also currently considering the development of a targeted financial instrument which will be focused on decarbonizing, enhancing renewable energy, enhancing energy efficiency, as well as fighting energy poverty. Another example in this space is the climate adaptation, because we know how important climate mitigation is. This is something that we need to do if we are to decarbonize the economy and reach the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees change in climate going forward. However, unfortunately, some of the climate change is already here to stay. And we're seeing already the disasters and the impact on economies, on societies, on populations. This means that countries necessarily need to be thinking about investment not only in decarbonizing and climate mitigation effort, but adapting to the already existing climate change. We are seeing a number of countries, the most recent example I can think of is Serbia and Albania as well, who are developing, as we speak, their national climate adaptation plans with a focus on several important areas such as agriculture, forestry, energy, as well as water management. Finally, the circular economy is another third important pillar of the environmental aspect of ESG. It concerns the usage of resources, the waste generation and waste reuse, because that's the real sustainable way of achieving different pattern of consumption, which directly will impact decarbonization. I can think of a couple of examples. One of them is, again, Bosnia and Herzegovina, who last year completed their national circular economy roadmap, where there are a number of initiatives in which government, together with business, will be working to stimulate circular economy models in some of the selected priority sectors there. Let's move a little bit to the social area. In the social area, it's about a very wide range of subtopics. It's about working conditions, equal opportunities, social inclusion, health and safety, but also upskilling and reskilling in order for the green and digital agenda to happen properly. Some of the countries in the region, such as Bulgaria and Georgia, for example, have been working to improve and strengthen the vocational education training systems of the countries in order to reflect the evolving demands of business in different sectors. And that's the way to ensure that there will be exact meeting between supply of labor force with skill and demand from the business, of course. But some of the countries have been even more innovative. When we talk about social inclusion, for example, Slovenia is currently examining the possibility to introduce the innovative concept of social impact bonds, which are a specific financial instruments targeted to fund and to support the economic entrepreneurship and inclusion of vulnerable social groups, such as women entrepreneurs, young uneducated citizens, and so on. And finally, in the governance area, it is all about transparency, accountability, risk management, and internal controls, but also responsible business practices. A number of countries and governments have been responding to this need to strengthen the area by introducing policies and legislation related to anti-corruption, whistleblowing, data protection. Some of them explicitly focus on their own examples of state-owned enterprises, such as Kosovo, for example, who is having an ongoing initiative to strengthen the state-owned policy and actually improve the publicly owned enterprises' corporate governance systems, as an example to the rest of the business in the country. So in summary, we see that the government and public sector have a very important role to play in the ESG space, and there are plenty of examples from across the region on what they have been doing. And more importantly, the examples are actually equally coming from EU member states as well as non-EU member states. So this is kind of a universally accepted role and something that we're happy to see and support. So without further ado, I would like now to invite on the stage the panelists for the next session, with whom we'll be discussing further the role of governments. So if I may invite on the stage, first of all, Jordanka Rodica Jordanov, Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Moldova. Very nice to meet you. Welcome. As well as Radu Marian, Member of the Parliament, Deputy Chair of Economy, Budget and Finance Committee. Hello, welcome. And we should also be having some online participants. So we have Marcel Spatar, advisor to the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs. I'm not sure if he can hear us. Yeah?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. There is a bit of an echo. Okay. And then we have one more member of the panel, Belisa Rojas, the Impact Management Team Lead of UNDP, SDG Impact. Belisa, can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Very happy
I
to
hope
be here
so.
today. Yes, good afternoon.
Do we know whether there is a connection and everything is fine? They are getting it. All right. Okay, so welcome and thank you for agreeing to be part of the panel. So let me maybe start with a broader question that relates to the ESG. Now, one of the key roles of the government sector, as we said, is to ensure there is a clear vision at the national level on sustainability and on ESG, as well as specific goals which are translated into plans and frameworks in the country. And then my question would be maybe first to Mrs. Jordanov as the Minister of Environment. How would you assess the progress to date of Moldova in setting and achieving its sustainability targets? What are the biggest achievements? What the future focus should be, and what have been the challenges on the road so far?
Thanks, first of all, for inviting us, and thank you for offering the possibility to share our experience and our challenges, and maybe some of our main results which we achieved during the last period, especially on the environmental development. It is quite interesting topic, and it's very important to mention that environment and social dimension and governmental dimension, it's crucial for developing and for ensuring the sustainable development of the country. And indeed, it is very important to have a permanently dialogue and constructive dialogue between all stakeholders. Here I'd like to mention the nice progress which we succeed to have during the last period in our dialogue between the authorities, environmental authorities, and also the business and civil society, scientific society, in ensuring the best and to find the best practices for our partners, business, how to implement the legislation, and also how to develop the policies, environmental policies, for helping business to achieve their plans and their main activities. As main results which we succeed in 2022, I'll take as a short term. Indeed, we succeeded, first of all, to start elaboration of the main political policy documents. I would like to mention that when we come to the government and we started to work in the Ministry of Environment, here we have also the ex-Minister of Environment, Ms. Kantaradzheva. She can confirm that unfortunately all the policy documents were finalized. So in 2020, almost all the political documents on environmental were finished, and we started to analyze, to work on the new documents. And also we need to take in consideration the fact that we also we started to work on the new document, taking in consideration the new approach, the approach based on the dialogue with the business. And also here I would like to mention the strategy on adaptation to climate change. Was finished in 2020. Now we are working on the new document program on adaptation to climate change. We are working now on the program to promote the green economy in the Republic of Moldova. Also, we are working on the strategy on the reduction of on the development on low emissions. So it is quite new topics for business and also for the authorities government. Also, we would like to mention that we started to analyze the possibility to support business in greening their activities. In 2022, we succeeded to finalize the reform of the National Environmental Fund, and in 2023 we will have the new programs for the business. The programs will be oriented for the small enterprises which are ready or are willing to align their activities with the environmental legislation and to start working on the green European standards. And also we are planning to have a big program for the big enterprises which are ready to align their activities based on the European directive on environmental control and on IPPC, so on the industrial emissions conditions. So here we have first steps which we are ready to work. We are ready to discuss with the business and to have the possibilities all together to implement the legislation and standards on environmental conditions. So we are sure that we will succeed on environmental conditions and environmental targets only through working together. Also, I would like to mention that in 2022 we succeeded to pass through the Parliament several very important laws. First of all, is law on industrial emissions. This law will change totally the system of authorization, system of control, and system of monitoring the activities of the companies in related with the environmental conditions. And also we succeeded to have a new law on air quality, which will mean that the company and local authority will need to work together to establish the level of emissions in the communities, in the agglomerations, and in the zones, to achieve the air quality conditions for developing social development of the region, and also to keep the development of the business. And also we succeeded to pass through the Parliament the law modification of the law on protected areas. We start to work on the Emerald network, so-called or similar as Natura 2000 from the European Union. So now all the sites, all the areas which are under the protections will be clearly identified, and the business will know from in advance in what areas they can have activities, what kind of areas are under protections, or what kind of areas could be used in the activities of the business, but in the limited conditions. So I have a lot to tell to you, but probably you have some other questions.
Sure. I mean, I must comment that this is impressive because you actually outlined a very broad agenda of a lot of things that are being underway, and this is great. So I really wish you success with the implementation, because it's very challenging to actually go in each of these parallel paths. Then maybe a question to you, Mr. Mariam. How would you comment then on top of this?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about these topics. To be honest, I think it's my first time that I attend an event that we actually talk about what companies and what governments can do to cooperate on these three topics of environment, social policy, and governance. So historically, I think you asked about the progress of the government, and I would say there are a couple areas where the government of Moldova over the past many years, I'm not only talking about the government, I think in terms of social policy, we have made good progress in reducing overall poverty, and we have stabilized the social system, and I think there's less poverty than it was, let's say, in the 1998 or in the 2000s. So I think it's something that it's a good progress. Also, in terms of governance, obviously there is a good progress, for example, in the banking sector. I think today the banking sector is so much more resilient and stable and clean than what it was in the 2011, 2012, and we know, everybody here knows about the scandals and the raiders attacks and the banking fraud. I mean, it was a very sad period in our history, and I think we made good progress in that. And that's very important for the business and for the investors, because one of the main areas where investors think of when they come to Moldova is like, how's your banking system? Whenever we meet with the investors, they're asking, how is it? Do you have foreign investors? Is it stable? Do you have good foreign reserves? So I think it's a good progress in here. And also, I would say the process of de-oligarchization of the country, I think that's another area where we do have progress, because I think the business feels easier to operate now than what it was, maybe in a couple of years ago, when you had a so much more profound control of the political class to business than what it was now. But there are so many challenges, obviously. I mean, you ask what are the biggest challenges, what should be focused, and I think there are two key focus areas where we need to go. First of all is energy. The energy crisis completely unveiled our vulnerabilities as a country, and for the government and for the business, and we need to make so much bold steps in terms of ensuring energy efficiency. The renewables, yeah, we did so many steps. We simplified the procedures of installing solar panels and renewables, and we've seen like a 6-fold increase in the number of requests to install the renewables. But still, we need to move very, very fast. I mean, it's not only about environment. It's about our national security, and I think this is the place where we just need to move very fast. And I think that's an area where we need to work a lot. And obviously, environment and forestation. And I'm glad there's a lot of. We're going to vote many fundamental laws in the parliament, and we're very happy to support them in terms of industrial policy and emissions, and it's something that we also need to work. Obviously, there's so much more to do with the justice system to make sure, the business environment is predictable, and the rules are clear for everybody. And I know there's been issues, including during our government, and I'm not here to say, hey, everything is nice. No, obviously not, and we are aware of that, and we're just going to work very hard to improve, because social responsibility of the companies come when the environment to do business is right, and that's where we are heading. And we want to see, the economy in Moldova for businesses to be able to do that.
Thank you, and I do agree with you. Nobody's saying that it's perfect, but the important first step is to realize and to actually understand where the direction is and to be committed to execute it. And I thank you both for covering. I somehow felt we heard a lot about the environment, we heard a lot about the governance aspect, a bit of social, but maybe it's just the right time to actually include Mr. Spatar in the conversation, because it is the area of social and labor issues. How would you comment all of these topics so far, maybe from the S pillar of ESG a little bit?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can't hear you clearly though. Maybe some technical issue. No, we can't hear you. Could we improve something, colleagues? Or? No, I think I hear very, very quietly that he's saying something, but not sure if it's a technical thing in the room.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
with a lot of echo, though. No. Is it working now? Good. We're good. Yes. Добър ден. Благодаря. First of all, there is a lot of echo. I hear myself, and now it's good. Well, indeed, the S in ESG is a very significant pillar, and I was listening to my former colleague, Minister Alaiba, when he was describing his vision of the Moldovan economy and how important is to ensure a fair playing ground for the businesses. And he was listing the competition, the government, the consumers, and only at the end, he said, businesses have to be fair to the employees. And I was very happy that he mentioned the employees, because for so long in our country, although we have a quite long and complex labor code, the employees were not given proper attention in the economic policies that we were as a country developing. And when we were attracting investors, we were more interested in the fiscal or infrastructure arguments than on social arguments or arguments related to the labor quality. So I'm happy that in the past years, together with the business associations and the other development partners, we have started in Moldova to diversify on-job training solutions. We have enhanced the social dialogue. Last year, we have revitalized the national tripartite consultation body, and we have introduced a number of long due changes to the labor code in order to target what in Europe is known as flexicurity. That's debatable term, but what it wants basically is to bring a balance to the flexibility of work, which is desired by the employers, and the security of jobs, which is desired by the employees. So all of this is a very difficult equation, of course, because we live in times when things are rapidly shifting. There are at least four main trends that affect the labor relations. First, of course, is the international economic integration. And as a rather small and landlocked country with, let's say, poor infrastructure, we very often present our competitive advantage as being the cheap labor force, which is not a very socially responsible, attitude. So we must ensure that we as a country, we have the proper mechanism to ensure a supply chain due diligence. We have seen so many instances in which companies with very good social record in their countries of origin, in the Western countries, are not reluctant to work with subcontractors with bad social records. So we must ensure that in our country, if we have subcontractors working for multinationals, the labor standards are respected. Also, another trend is the development of new technologies, particularly in the IT area. And while attracting businesses in the IT sector, we must ensure that the labor force in this sector is also properly secured. And we have seen the deficiencies in social terms of the IT park solution in Moldova. As you know, we have put in place a special fiscal regime for the IT sector in Moldova with a flat rate of 7%. It is certainly attractive for the business, but in some instances for young workers that, for example, have children, give birth to babies, they soon discover that the social security, social insurance do not properly cover these situations, and they are almost obliged to come back to work very early after giving birth. So that's a lesson that we learned, and there are probably some changes and tweaks that we should do to this preferential regimes, especially in the new business areas such as technology. Also, a third trend that is affecting us is, of course, the demographic aging. In Moldova, it is combined with the very low economic activity rate. We have a big number of the population that is economically inactive, at least in the statistics. Probably in reality, they are the people that appear under this category. They are working in the informal economy, but it is clear that companies are complaining of a lack of labor force. But in the same time, I think the problem is not that much the lack of labor force per se, but the lack of skills that the companies really need, and of proper training and lifelong learning. So all of this puts a lot of pressure on the social security systems, on the pension system, and myself, I have been in all the chairs, and I'm just coming. Last year, I was in the chair of the Minister of Social Affairs in Moldova. So I know from experience that it is very difficult to balance the pension system in Moldova. We have a 30% deficit on the insured part of our social budget, and the prospects are not very bright if we are not to fight the informal economy, the undeclared and underdeclared work that is causing billions of losses to the social fund. So. And this is not only the problem of Moldova. Many countries now face, problems with aging population and a lot of pressure on their pension funds. As we speak, hundreds of thousands of people are protesting in France, as you know, in relation to the increase of the retirement age. And the fourth trend is the development of segmented labor markets. With different forms of labor relations. Here we have the traditional labor relation, the long-term permanent labor contracts, and in Moldova, these contracts are protected by the labor code. Sometimes the business says that the labor code is overly protectful, so is protecting a bit too much. So we have many proposals coming from AmCham and from the other business associations towards the flexicurity, towards flexibilization, in order to ensure that people are really signing long-term contracts. The most of these proposals are fair, and we have integrated them in the labor code modernization that we did last year. Then we have also some sectors where work is temporary, especially construction, but also IT. In construction, it is seasonal. In agriculture also, it is seasonal. In IT, is project related. This form of contractual relations also needs some protection and needs some flexibilization in the labor code. But then there is a new emerging form of work, the atypical work. People speak of the Uberization of the economy. We don't have Uber in our country, although Minister Alaiba met with Uber in Davos, and maybe they will come. But we must ensure again that we create a regime for these companies, for the gig economy, that also protects the employees, the S in the ESG, right? And finally, in Moldova, we have a very large, unfortunately, a very large portion of the labor force that is occupied in the informal economy, or is occupied in the formal economy, but is paid, at least in part, in envelopes, as we say. So we call it underdeclared work. It is a very difficult issue. I know that Bulgaria, Romania, and other countries in the region have faced a similar problem, and the solution is not easy. It involves the cooperation of the fiscal authorities and the labor inspection. This year, our ministry, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, has started the reform, a profound reform of the labor inspectorate that will, first of all, concentrate on the undeclared labor, informal labor, and then partially also on the underdeclared labor. I will not go into details on the reform of the labor inspection. I'm sure you have, the participants to the conference have heard a lot about this reform. But all these evolutions, all these trends certainly present, as Minister Alaiba said, a lot of potential for our country. There are some low-hanging fruits. There are some quick gains that we can reach. But in the same time, we have ensured that the development of our country, of our economy, does not lead to further polarization, to further inequalities. And this is not only a challenge of our country, it's the challenge of probably the global economy. And by being attentive to inequalities, I don't necessarily mean being egalitarian. Of course, there is a component of egalitarianism in the redistribution. A country has a role of, a government has a role of redistributing wealth, right? Ensuring that the value produced by the economy is properly distributed among those who invest and those who work, although investors also work, and sometimes workers also invest, but how do you ensure this balance? How do you get to the right, golden middle? Because if investors or multinational companies...
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I would like to intervene here because you actually it's a great and very comprehensive overview of the social issues, and we're going very much into the economic aspect of things, and we need to be mindful of the role of business then. And this
Absolutely.
is where I would like to move the discussion forward. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to add some words how we connected the social development, especially connected with the employees and the environmental component. During the last year, we had a lot of discussions with the business, and almost all the people, all the representatives of the business mentioned that they have the problem with the specialists on the environmental issue, which should be part of the teams on the business. So we decided that we will review the activities of the universities and colleges, and we started a new program. We elaborated new programs for the vocational education, especially on the education, on the environmental specialist. Also, we will start after when the students will come back to the university, we'll start the new campaigns on attracting the students for the activities on the business specialized on the environment, because a lot of them, they not continue activities on the environmental work, but they're changing it. Unfortunately, the environmental engineer, environmental protectors specialists are not so well paid, unfortunately, and students then don't really want to continue the activity. So we will start to work with the universities. Also, what we plan to do and what we've done already, we elaborated new curricula for the university, for some university, and we will have a new specialist on the environmental issue. So I hope that in the near future we will already have the possibility to offer to the business and also to the authorities, because the authorities also had the problems with the capacities, with the human resources. I'm quite sure that the new generation will come, and they will come with the new efforts and new energy, and the activities will go faster. Also, I would like to mention that in all the activities related to the environment, the investments should be done from the both parts, from the government and also from the business. Also, this was declared during the last international events in Sharm el Sheikh on the climate change, COP27, and also in Montreal on the COP15 on the biodiversity, that we need to work, we as a government, we need to start working with the business to attract them in the investment activity for the climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and also for reducing the loss of the biodiversity. So in this regard, we also will start working on elaborating different programs and especially to find solutions for supports, grant supports, and also the bank credits for the activities which had the component on the climate change and also the environmental protection. I know that quite several projects are already implemented in the Republic of Moldova, which is offering possibility for the business to implement environmental projects through the support of the bank or the grant. So we will continue and also will increase these activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you actually anticipated my question, which was about the intensity and the quality of the dialogue between public and private sector and business. Actually, it sounds like you are having already very good examples of this dialogue and implemented initiatives. To pull on this thread a bit further, a couple of more questions. The first one maybe to you, Mr. Marian. The first one is, there is often this argument, well, Moldova is not yet in the EU, while all of this legislation is actually implemented in the EU member states, so it's less relevant to us. Let's wait until the moment comes and all the standards are here, and then we will worry. And this is what we hear from business very often, in, for example, even in EU member states, but for sure in non-EU member states. On the other hand, we already see financial institutions actually imposing these requirements anyway, whether there is a country legislation or not. And the worry is, especially for some of the companies which are not big corporates, but SMEs, they may not have the capacity to know what they need to do. They may not have the resources, etc. Is the government thinking of doing something to support these, in a way, more vulnerable parts of the economy where, I mean, these complicated and new things which are there, they do not have the resources to actually
get this on board? Thanks for the question. I wanted to mention the first one, but good that we came back to that. So last year we've seen a profound revamp of the Organization for Supporting the Small Business. So now it has a new completely corporate structure, and we tripled the budget of that organization. So it has many financing opportunities for the private sector, particularly in the environment. So now any small business is eligible to apply for up to 200,000 euro grant to improve its energy efficiency and environment. This year is going to be operational the AmCham fund, the fund for supporting the entrepreneurship and economic growth, is going to be the first. I think it's going to be a systemic change in the way the government supports business. We plan to increase this fund to have a capitalization of up to 3 billion lei in the next 3 years. So the government will provide financing at a very advantageous conditions for the business, and businesses can and will be able to attract these funds. And I think this will also present as a counterbalance for the banking sector, because the banking sector as well has a crucial role in that. They can provide, very interesting services, like green credits or, green mortgages or loans. So I think the banking sector has also a fundamental role in that. Besides financing, the government, as I said, needs to make sure that the rules are clear for everybody. And I think the fact that we also adopted the Moldova 2030 strategy, it's a very long overdue. It was years in the making, and we finally approved it last year. And I think it just gives us a long-term vision for everybody to understand it. Business, people, and I think that was a very actually fundamental thing that we did, and I think it will help us to pursue the ESG to the business.
Great. Thank you. And I'm mindful that we have one more panel member who so far has been listening, I hope, Belisa Rojas, who is with us online. But in a way, this is good that she will have the chance to comment now, because you've had the benefit of hearing all of these great things that, some of them challenges, of course, but others achievements already. So my question to you is, first of all, to reflect on what you're hearing about Moldova's progress and what the government is doing in collaboration with private sector. And then maybe also for you to comment on the role that you see for multilaterals in this whole dialogue and process of transformation. And are the donors just supporters, or actually could they be catalysts of higher ambition, if you wish, and faster acceleration of change?
Thank you for the question. And yes, I've been listening and very interested. So almost I didn't want to speak, because I thought, okay, there's so much to share in this amazing panel. So I think my first comment is that I can really see not only the progress, the plans, the initiatives, but the energy of these three panelists, representing the government, really committed to take Moldova to the next level. So that's very commendable. And I think it presents an opportunity for action. And when I say opportunity, is that we spend a lot of time thinking that social and environmental issues are a matter of government or multilaterals. But in fact, that's not the case. And it's not the case not only because the magnitude of the goals we need to achieve, right? Whether they are the SDGs or the national priorities in terms of development. It's because the magnitude is so big that you need the private sector as a key actor to really achieve them, right? And the private sector won't achieve it alone. They will achieve it alongside the government and civil society and the people. And if we think about an example of that, we can think about the pandemic and COVID-19, when we saw what humanity is able to do. So in a record time, we faced a threat in which the policies by the government were in place fast and effectively. Private sector innovated quickly, right? And we changed our behaviors as humanity. So this is really something I want to highlight to give us hope, because we talk a lot about nowadays incremental approaches, taking our time, and because we need to get there, right, at our own pace. But we have proof that we can act fast too. And I think that's really important. So very, very happy to see this panel, the energy and the plans. And I really hope that the private sector gets aligned to this and helps, right? Because this cannot be achieved by the government on its own. And most importantly, and this is gonna be a little bit more spicy, we say that in my country, private sector has a huge responsibility on the issues the governments are trying to tackle worldwide, right? So, and multilaterals are helping. So I think the role multilaterals is really important and is key, because they bring not only financing and solutions, as it was mentioned before, and I think you provided examples earlier, right? Financial structures for the SDGs, sustainability. So there's all the funding available, but also the knowledge, and also the convening power. And I think the fourth thing I would say, right? Finances, knowledge, convening power, and the fact that they can cross-fertilize, cross-pollinate the learning, right, from different places. So I think that's really key for international organizations. And I guess that my call will be to accelerate it. We need to work faster. And sometimes I used to work, and I still work in these international organizations. Coordination is key, right? That we don't duplicate. Since we don't have time to waste, it's really critical to be strategic and prioritize, but also work together, right? Complement each other so we can act faster. In the case of UNDP, I just wanted to highlight something very related on how business can help, which is the SDG impact standards that we have put together. It's really a framework for help businesses and all sizes to really embed impact, right, in the way they do business and invest. This means that value creation is not only financial, but non-financial, not only for shareholders, but for all stakeholders, and focus on the long term, right, on prosperity for humanity. So that's gonna help us solving our problems. And I'm mentioning this because this is a publicly available resource. So there is a lot of talk about funding and how we can help this, but I just wanted to invite you that everything we do is a public good, and we have resources and training available for businesses and funds on how to do this, right? And it's a framework for embedding the SDGs and ESG into your strategy, and it's not a sustainability strategy, it's your business strategy, because sustainability is here to stay, right? And it presents an opportunity to really thrive and not only survive as a business. So it's about strategy, internal management systems, of course, reporting, also governance. So if you don't know where to start, you don't have funding, please look at our website. There's a lot of resources available and even a training. And if you have any questions, myself and I speak for my colleagues in the country offices, which are great too, please reach out. We're here to support you. And I think the momentum is here. And I'm sure that you are as motivated as I am based on this amazing panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belisa. And then thank you as well for the comment on the energy. I actually felt the energy as well, the way you were coming. So it's great to have such a passionate group in actually making change happen. Now, I feel almost disappointed because I have so many more questions that I wanted to ask the panel, but the discussion is too rich and the time is too limited. I also know that, the minister needs to leave fairly soon. So I'll structure it in a way that maybe each of you to say a few final closing remarks, and I'll just throw a few phrases or words about topics that I wanted to cover, maybe more on climate adaptation as well, or just transition, for example, because that's important really to unite the green transition to fairness and to not leave anybody behind, dialogue with business and so on. So what would be the things that, if anything, you would like to, for the audience to take away in terms of what the state is planning to do going forward?
First of all, I would like to mention that the transformation should be done not in parallel way, not parallel the business and not the government. They should be done in the combination. We need to work together. This is the first issue, and we need to have permanently and very trustful, confident dialogue. We need to listen each other, and we need to find the best solutions for both parts, because we are working especially for the benefit of our citizens, for the development of a country. So this will be my main conclusions, and I think I will repeat this permanently in the dialogue with our partners' business. In the green transition, this is quite long way indeed. We decided to follow the European integration process, and especially the Green Deal, which is a very comprehensive roadmap and means a lot of efforts, not only intellectual, but also financial and also technology, learning and innovations. This is very important component, and we need to work together. Indeed, government, as you mentioned in your opening remark, that government should come with proposals, should come with the support, should come with the clear legislation, and we are ready to do this. And from the part of the business, it's necessary to have the openness and also the interest to implement and come with the solutions which will be relevant for all of us. So it is very important to work on the green transition, It's very important to understand how we will implement the green economy, what is mean the circular economy, and the main component and the main request is to reduce as much as possible the uses of natural resources, because all other, the use of natural resources means the loss of it, and it will be very complicated to recover, and sometimes even if it's not possible to recover. And if we will have this social responsibility, corporal social responsibility about what was mentioned in the beginning, we need to understand that environmental, it's also part of the social responsibility. And I'm very pleased to come with the thankful words to those companies which are ready to implement even the forestation program, even the circular economy, to be part of the new waste management system, which we are ready to start. Unfortunately, Mr. Kosovan, he left, but I wanted to mention that we are ready to start implementation of the waste management program. So we are doing quite a lot, and I think we very ambitious on this issue, not only because of the interest of integration. This is a quite important priority for us, but it's very important to have all this done and done in the correct way, because we don't have other period to revise or to restart everything from the beginning, because from my point of view, we lost a lot of time. And we need to do from the beginning the correct step and the correct approach, and I'm sure that we will succeed. Also for the integration, but the most important for the country's development.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marian, to you the same question with one throw from my side, which is on the digital transition. Do you see a link between the digital and green? But yeah, in a small...
Yeah, so as a final note, I think that the crisis generated by the energy prices going up and the war forced everybody to innovate and to make the transition. We see so many, solar panels everywhere on top of the businesses' roofs and so on. And also on the government side, I mean, it was unimaginable 2 years ago or a year ago that we will not use Russian gas anymore. It's just, I think that's the good side of the crisis that makes us act faster. Second, the EU integration process, I think this will be a huge boost for the whole ESG, process that we have here, adopting the legislation and so on. And it's just will make us work harder and faster because, there are conditionalities that you need to implement. So it's a good thing for both the government and the businesses. And last but not least, I think when I saw the invitation, I was thinking, okay, so ESG, where should I get information? What the government is doing? I didn't know, and then I think we need an instrument where companies can access it and just see what the government offers. And I think we'll need to have a conversation with the colleagues here to develop this, website, I don't know, a platform where any business can just look and see what the government can offer and all the aspects, because, there are foreign investors, the big companies, they're doing well, but we have thousands and thousands of smaller companies who are not aware of what can the government provide. So I think that's the conclusion. We just need to work together with the business to provide this platform for that everybody should understand. And on the digital, obviously there's a combination because, it's just faster and it's less time spent, less resources, less natural resources spent, less paper.
Sure.
And I think it's just direct. And I think digital transformation is at the core of what we're going to do as a government for the economy. It's one of the main factors that we'll use to generate economic growth. Less bureaucracy, more digitalization, between actually interaction between the government and the business. So that's
great
from my side.
Thank you. And I love it actually that a panel like this came out with some specific action point, which is the national digital platform. This is what I heard. So you should just continue the dialogue on this topic. Thank you very much for the participation. Thank you also on our online panel participants. I'm mindful of the time. We were a bit longer, but I think the discussion was rich. So thank you very much.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Holcim, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Holcim. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Holcim, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Holcim. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Holcim, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Holcim. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Wholesome, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Wholesome. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Wholesome, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, an aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings, with smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Wholesome. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Wholesome, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, an aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings, with smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Wholesome. from green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Holcim, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular...
Previous panel discussion, so let's welcome him. Is Marcel connected? And then immediately after that, a couple of minutes it will take us, we will continue with the discussion of the second panel, and I will introduce the moderator of the panel. Marcel, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Marcel, thank you for returning. Thank you for being part of this discussion. But thank you, first of all, for all the reforms that you have put in place when being part of the cabinet. And hopefully you will continue contributing to that. So let us know what's next.
Yeah, sure. I remain close to the ministry, and as I was presented, I'm an advisor to the minister now, and we continue implementing the reforms. And one of the reforms is the labor inspectorate reform, as you are all aware of. And there is more to come. tackling undeclared work is not only through inspections, it's also through, let's say, carrots, as in the English saying, sticks and carrots. If the inspection is the stick, then the carrot would be a new mechanism of subsidizing wage increases for the companies. And we have already presented the project to the Ministry of Finance, and they are now analyzing it. And the World Bank and the IMF are also providing their input to this new mechanism. And that's very important for the fair competition because, as we already discussed, one of the principles of the fair competition is that everyone respects the rules, and this is particularly important in the social dimension. I had something else to say as a conclusion, if I may take one more minute of your time.
Yes, please go on. Yes, we have another 2 minutes. Please go on.
All right. My initial intervention confirms another old English saying that sometimes, less is more. I was trying to be comprehensive, and this is probably not the most appropriate for Zoom. But I hope we all, including myself, understand that we are privileged and we represent the top of the social pyramid, so to say. And as we speak, one third of the Moldovan workers, they work under precarious conditions. They have no labor contracts where they are paid half of their wages in envelopes. Of course, their employers are not members of AmCham or of other serious business associations, but they are in our country, and they share the same public transportation with us. These people are our relatives. What I mean by reminding you that is when government develops its strategies and its fiscal policies and business-friendly policies, must be very careful not to widen these gaps, not to increase these inequalities. And probably we have to fight unfair competition, as I said, by sticks and carrots. But it's not only about fighting underdeclared and undeclared work. It's also being careful what kind of investors we attract and under which conditions we attract investors to our country. And one of the conclusions of the past year was that our country was spending more on social. We increased the minimum pension, we increased the minimum wage, and so on. But let us ask ourselves a simple question: is spending more the same as spending enough? As a government, we have to redistribute, of course, but are we collecting enough to redistribute? And as I said, the redistributive policies of the government, they are not egalitarian policies. I understand and people strive simultaneously for fairness and egalitarianism, and at the same time for the fulfillment of individual aspirations and hope. And we have to find this balance between fairness and redistribution, and at the same time allowing individuals to advance and to reach their dreams. But all in all, we have to recognize labor as labor, and we have to ensure the fair playing ground for everyone. And probably we have to sit around the table again. You have to sit with the government officials and discuss maybe a new social contract with businesses, including on the fiscal dimension. Let us ask ourselves, and this is my last comment: what kind of country we would like to build if we present as the major competitive advantage of Moldova the cheap labor force and the small taxes? Probably it's a country of poor workers and a weak government that cannot support its citizens in times of struggle. I think it is the time to shift this paradigm, and I invite AmCham to lead this discussion on how we reach a new social contract between the businesses and the government. Thank you.
Fair enough, Marcel. Thank you so much for these conclusions. And indeed, you are right. This is the beginning of this lasting and very intense discussion on those three pillars: environment, social, and governance. And believe me, social won't be discriminated in any way in this discussion. And we as AmCham are ready to continue offering the platform for discussion. Thank you. So now let's move into the second panel. And I'm delighted to present you the moderator of the second panel, Dinu Bumbacha. Dinu, please come here. And again, a very impressive background. Dinu has over 27 years of experience in professional services, of which 19 years as a partner with PWC. During his career, Dinu coordinated a wide range of consulting projects in Romania, but not only, also in Central and Eastern Europe, in various industries, including financial services and many others. So Dinu, I think you were the most appropriate person to be recommended for the moderation of this session. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mila. I was a bit worried when you said 27 years. I thought you referred to the age. I'm honored to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I think in this session we'll talk about sustainable finance. And just to put things into the context, I would like, even though it may be a bit scholastic, I would like to define to what we are actually referring to. So sustainable finance is the process of taking environmental, social, and governance considerations into account when making investment and financial decisions. Yeah? So, and again, just to put things into the context, by environmental we may mean mitigating the climate change, preventing pollution, and even more importantly, the circular economy. When we talk about social, and I think it was widely mentioned so far, we talk about inequality, inclusiveness, labor relationships, but even more sophisticated things like investment in human capital and communities, and last but not least, the human rights issue. Now, the governance plays a role in ensuring that social and environmental considerations are included in the decision-making process. And that requires structures, management structures, employee relationships, which involve those affected into those decisions to the extent possible, but also the executive remuneration, because in the end, I think if the executives are remunerated for certain behaviors, which do not include necessarily ESG considerations into those behaviors, they will not happen. Now, in this panel, the main objective is to create awareness of the impact of these trends on Moldovan companies today, but also in the upcoming years, because I think the Minister of Economy mentioned at the beginning that decisions which are taken today will actually impact in the years to come. And it's similar to financing or investments, because if ESG considerations are taken into account in those investment or financing decisions, then the economy will look differently in the years to come. Now, let me introduce you to the distinguished members of the panel, and I will introduce them in the order in which they will also address the questions on the topic. Firstly, we have a mix of online participation and physical participation, which reduces the carbon footprint of this event. Firstly, Michael Spanos, international advisor and trainer for the EBRD. EBRD invests in sustainable financing and also grants on technical assistance on ESG implementation. Good afternoon, Michael. Can you hear us right?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very interesting conference.
Thank you, Michael, for taking the time. Secondly, we have Sahbah Sobani, Director of Istanbul International Center for Private Sector Development in UNDP. UNDP supports the private sector development, including ESG implementation. Good afternoon, Sahbah. We cannot hear you, but can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, now it's perfect. Excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time. Then we have Oksana Bânzaru, Regional Director for Finance in Motion, invests in sustainable financing and grants technical assistance on ESG implementation. Hi. Good to see you. Fourthly, we have Dieter Scheidel, Head of European Affairs and ESG in VIG Insurance Group, which is present in Moldova, as you know very well, via Donaris. The angle is the compliance with ESG policies in financial non-banking sector in EU and non-EU countries. Good afternoon, Dieter. Nice to have you.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me.
And lastly, we have Vitalia Kornichuk, Vice President and CFO of Victoria Bank, who develops, hi Vitalia, good to see you, the ESG strategy and scoring criteria at the local level as well. Now, as you see, we have quite a wide mix of our panel members today. And just to make sure that we give equal exposure to each of you, I will be quite strict with the time, just to make sure that we do cover all 5 angles in the 1 hour and a half that we have ahead of us. I will start with Michael. So Michael, what kind of support does EBRD provide to the financial sector in Moldova in terms of capacity building and technical assistance to promote sustainable finance and responsible investment?
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So I've been running a company that's called Global Sustain for like 17 years now, and we've been working with the EBRD for over 5 years now. We've worked around many countries of operation, including North Africa, Central and Eastern Europe, and Asia. There are a lot of opportunities out there for companies, but also financial institutions that are clients of the EBRD. First of all, you all know that EBRD is an institution that strongly supports environmental and social, as well as governance issues in lending and investment decisions. When it comes to financing, there is the environmental and social policy of the EBRD that needs to be taken into consideration. Also, when the EBRD is giving out loans or investments, certain criteria need to be met in terms of environmental and social, as well as governance issues before the investment takes place. Also, during the time of the investment or the loan, there's also the monitoring of the environmental and social risk factors that need to be taken into consideration. Last but not least, there are also other opportunities that clients may take advantage of. I work as an international advisor for the EBRD, and SMEs are also supported through the Advice for Small Business program. My company is a registered advisor in countries of operation. So whenever there is a need for an SME to advance the ESG capacity building, or there is a specific training for the EBRD, for the ESG, then EBRD calls out international advisors to help out these companies. And companies can benefit on a wide range of products and services. For example, building their ESG strategy. They can also make the first steps for producing an ESG sustainability report, or have an in-house, ESG training. I also delivered in 9 Balkan countries and Southeast Europe extensive training on ESG and how companies can build internal governance and functions and procedures to integrate ESG considerations. Also, I would like to pay attention to the financial intermediaries. And by this, I mean banks as well as private equity funds that work very closely with the EBRD. EBRD is dispersing money to these intermediaries, and they want to make sure that their money and the use of proceeds are spent according to and are distributed according to environmental and social principles. So to this end, we also deliver a lot of training and capacity building to financial intermediaries that are clients of the EBRD, for example, banks, leasing companies, private equity funds, even stock market exchanges can benefit from such services. Last but not least, there are also direct financing opportunities. Recently, we helped an SME in this part of the world get like a 5 million loan to expand its businesses by integrated circular economy principles that Dino said before. So we can see now that loans are tightly closed as well as investments to ESG targets. On the other hand, financial institutions as well as large corporates can go for either green loans or sustainability bonds that the EBRD can support. There is a special department in EBRD that actually deals with these issues and the evaluation. So big clients or corporates that are interested in raising money from the capital markets are very well equipped to go for it. Also, I'm aware that EBRD also provides technical assistance to stock market exchanges around the world that they can build internal capacity to draft guidance notes on how ESG reporting should be done for listed equities. And another issue that we worked is for even sovereign funds, sovereign wealth funds that are now, are responsible for managing the assets of the national economy and state. They can also benefit from working with the EBRD to build this internal capacity on ESG. And another very critical issue to, make sure that we reach the furthest and the most and the smallest one of the companies. Digitalization is the key when it comes to ESG. EBRD has developed an environmental and social risk management system for partner financial intermediaries, as well as a very comprehensive e-learning program that we developed together with the EBRD, that they're available online for free for EBRD clients. So anyone interested can join the courses and even get a certificate. That's some sort of an introduction. Dino, back to you. And if there are any further questions, I'll be very happy to answer.
Yeah, well, Michael, there is a Chinese proverb which says that every 10,000 mile or kilometer journey starts with a step. And probably the first steps are to events like this one where people talk about new concepts, but equally I think the training that you have mentioned in Southeast Europe, and just to give an impression on the scale, what's the reach of such training program? How many companies or individuals were actually trained in those new concepts, approximately? I mean,
Right. When it comes to training financial intermediaries like banks and private equity funds, this happens mostly in person. So it's a live, physical, training. We had people for 15, 20 people up to 40 people, which are basically risk managers from banks, ESG officers now, climate experts that work now in financial intermediaries, sustainable development directors, or even investment analysts that want to make sure how ESG can be integrated into investment decision-making process. When it comes to SMEs, I had a training virtual that happened in the Balkans. There were 120 people over a course of 8 hours. It was split in 2 days. Yes, so events now can take place like this one, hybrid. So the technology gives us also this option.
Yeah, and one final short question, Michael. How do you measure the success of your programs and initiatives? Just briefly.
Very good question. I would refer to an American saying that says, "Show me the money," right? In all capital, disbursement decisions nowadays, either this is loan investments, or investments, these are now tied to ESG performance. Once I see an SME, that received lending or money based on ESG factors, then that's a success for me, or when the entrepreneur always asks me, what's it in for me, right? Why shall I invest in ESG? Why is it good? Because simply put, it gives you like new markets, to respond to consumer preferences. It reduces your cost when it comes to operational cost or regulatory cost. It's better risk management. You explore many factors, and you also upgrade your brand. You're a better employer. You have a better image in the business. You create a competitive advantage. So that's how success is measured. And also now I see a lot of companies doing a lot of capital raise through ESG. I also work for a rating agency. I work for Moody's. The downgrade on credit ratings based on ESG factors can somehow mean millions of dollars to the bottom line of the companies. So these are also now tied together. If you get this right, the ESG performance, then you get many other things right, including your bottom line, which is the most important thing of the company.
Michael, thank you very much. From Chinese proverbs to American saying with Michael Spanos from EBRD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dino.
Sarba, good afternoon again. How does UNDP raise the awareness on the Sustainable Development Goals and encourage the public to adopt sustainable practices?
Can you hear me well? Just want to make sure. Excellent. As you know, the UN system has historically focused more on sort of public sector sort of goals, but the SDGs was a bit of a game changer. It also included looking at different ways we can mobilize sustainable finance for the sustainable goals. When the sustainable goals were adopted by many countries, it was clear that the SDG finance gap amounted to around $4 trillion a year in order to achieve the 17 goals. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic has also created a bit of a scissor effect in SDG financing, where the demand is not sufficiently met by available supply. So in this context, the role of finance and private sector has become very critical to achieving this gap. For example, we know that if we can align around 1.1% or around $4.2 trillion of the total assets allocated, held by banks, institutional investors, asset managers, this can meet this gap. So at UNDP, we're very focused on aligning up to $1 trillion of both private capital investment, but also public expenditures with the SDGs. So if sustainability and the SDGs are to be achieved, it is essential not only to redirect, but change the enabling environment of private capital to reorient towards, renewable energy, looking at protection of biodiversity, looking at social, different kinds of things that generate more employment. We know that a critical player in this are international institutional investors, such as sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, where my previous speaker also alluded to, who hold up to $115 trillion in assets. And they should be looking at it for both a risk management perspective in the context of climate change and also opportunity. We know, for example, the portfolio of the largest pension funds, less than 3% is invested in like resilient infrastructure. And this figure is even lower for developing countries. Why haven't capital been aligned with SDGs? We know policy is one issue, the right regulatory incentives. We know, for example, in the renewable energy, so much money is going to fossil fuel subsidies. We also have issues around lack of market information. The risk return profile is, the perception of risk is often, treated differently. We also need new kinds of instruments, blended financing, new kinds of mechanism by which this can become more attractive to investors. And we also need to make sure that in this effort, we focus on populations that have been the most negatively affected. So how can we, for example, empower women-owned businesses? More than 70% of women-owned businesses have inadequate or no access to financial services. So even though they have 30% of the world's businesses, only 10 have access to capital to grow, and there's a significant gap. But there are also opportunities. I mean, IFC, for example, has highlighted that there's around $23 trillion of investment opportunity through 2030 in areas such as climate smart technology, electric cars, etc. These kinds of opportunities. So as we speak today, from the UNDP perspective, this is why we're very excited to be part of this conference. The private sector plays a very integral role, and we really need to highlight very concrete business opportunities. There are reports that the UN and others has put together around, specifically, we believe there are 4 sectors that are critical: food and agriculture, energy and materials, health and well-being, cities. These are transformational sort of opportunity areas, and they're very specific business models that could be highlighted. Thank you.
One more particular question, Sakunga, related to the cooperation between the UNDP and the financial sector in Eastern Europe. How do you help this promotion of sustainable development and the achievement of the sustained development goals that UNDP has formulated?
Sure, I'm happy to give concrete examples. For example, we support SMEs in Moldova and in the region through one flagship initiative we have, what's called Impact Venture Accelerator, which was established in 2017, and we support over 33 existing incubators and accelerators to basically focus on SDG viable business models. We've, like from circular economy to, financial services. For example, the one in Denmark, which has also been involved in Moldova, has taken SMEs on a 6-month innovation journey, and colleagues in the context of Moldova, for example, it is supporting SMEs, and including external employee engagement. There's 5 companies that have been chosen from various sectors of the 22 in Moldova in the education, ICT, and financial services. And it's a combination of business advisory services and also market sort of opportunities, especially I think in the context of the Green Deal. This is going to be quite an important sort of work that needs to be done to upgrade the capabilities. Furthermore, we are very interested in supporting reporting, sustainable reporting. I mean, an important pillar is to understand the impact of businesses. We have a framework around impact reporting, how we can support ESG reporting for companies through the SDG investor enterprise map and enterprise standards. So we have a whole set of toolkits of interventions that we're already doing in Moldova. We also have been working in innovative financing around blockchain and other things also in Moldova. Thank you very much.
Sarkba, thanks a lot. And one final question on the support that UNDP provides for the development of green finance and investment opportunities in Moldova, in just a few sentences.
Sure. I mean, you might have seen the news. I mean, UNDP, has been working in the energy sector, renewable energy sector. Recently, there was a sort of announcement. We do policy de-risking. We're not basically a bank. We are not actually financiers, but we provide technical assistance around policy de-risking. We do knowledge of transfer know-how around specific technologies. And also we're trying to look at how to, ensure end users also benefit, especially the vulnerable. So I think in the recent news, you can see how UNDP is working with other partners in the energy sector. Thank you very much.
Sakba, thanks a lot. We're now moving to Oksana. Oksana, before we move into the questions, maybe you can introduce Finance in Motion just briefly so that we give the context for the questions that will follow.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to join today's discussion. And I will also want to extend a big thank you to the teams of AmCham and PWC for the great initiative and for the selection of the topic. For me, being a representative of an impact asset manager, this is just music to our ears. So just indeed to give a bit of background on our activities, I'm representing Finance in Motion, which is an impact asset manager headquartered in Frankfurt that aims at addressing social and environmental challenges while also delivering sustainable long-term returns. As of today, Finance in Motion is advising 9 impact investment funds that are all investing in emerging markets and are aiming towards addressing climate change, biodiversity conservation, the sustainable use of natural resources, and promotion of financial inclusion. What is important is that all our 9 funds, they are actually working towards sustainable investment objectives, and therefore they do qualify as Article 9 funds under the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations. What does this mean? It's actually the fact that our funds are aiming to make a positive change or a positive impact on the society and on the environment through sustainable investments, while at the same time having a non-financial objective at the core of their offering. And of course, all our funds are ESG aligned. Out of these 9 funds, 2 are operating in Moldova, and me together with my team, we are very happy to represent these 2 funds in Moldova and the larger region, because we are actually in charge of managing the activities in the European Eastern Neighborhood region, which includes Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Caucasus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, and also in Romania. So I'm very proud to be engaging particularly with the financial sector. So very shortly about the 2 funds that are operating in Moldova. This is the European Fund for Southeast Europe, EFSE, which is our social fund that aims at fostering economic development through increased access to micro, small, and medium enterprises for business competitiveness, business development, and also employment generation, and also to low-income households for housing purpose in order to improve living conditions and to positively impact the development of livelihoods. All this we are doing through financial intermediation, meaning banks, leasing companies, and microfinancial institutions. The other fund is the Green for Growth Fund, which is our green fund and aims at advancing investments in energy efficiency, resource efficiency, and renewable energy. Again, partly through financial intermediation, but also directly through corporate and project finance financing. So this is very shortly about us and our activities, and now if to...
Yes, one question. I mean, I know that probably those criteria may be specific to the fund or the type of investment, but which are the main criteria that Finance in Motion uses to evaluate investment opportunities in Moldova or in the wider region that you have mentioned, but looking from an ESG angle?
Indeed, as I mentioned, all our funds are ESG aligned. Yeah. So this means that ESG considerations are incorporated throughout the investment cycle, starting from our investee screening to structuring of the investment, portfolio management, and of course, monitoring. Mm-hmm. In this regard, we do undertake a very thorough ESG risk assessment. What do we look at? We try to assess the potentially significantly other adverse impacts, and we also assess our investees' capacity and commitment to manage and mitigate these impacts. What does this mean? We are actually looking at such area as environment and social. First, that our investees have in place the relevant policies, procedures, the whole environment and social management system. We look also at how their HR policies and overall the approach towards employees is being done, and overall at the lending activities and the structure of the portfolio. Lending activities, of course, core focus is on responsible finance practices, and in terms of portfolio structuring is what types of activities are they financing, and what is the underlying risk, and if they do have the systems to assess the ENS risks of their portfolio, as well as to categorize, and also what, and if they do have an exclusion list, for example, because there are certain industries and areas or economic activities that are very intensive from this regard and do bear increased ENS risk. And of course, governance is also an important part of our assessment. We are looking throughout the organizational structure with a significant focus on the ownership, their transparency, disclosure overall, governance in terms of efficiency, diversity, and at the management, the overall strategy of the bank, also remuneration throughout the company, so because everything has, as we say, has to be balanced. Mm-hmm. But as I mentioned, ESG is a very complex area. The requirements and standards are evolving and developing. Of course, we do, as part of our due diligence, we do identify various gaps, weaknesses, shortcomings. But for us, what is important, as I mentioned, we do assess the investees' capacities and commitment. And I think nowadays we put a lot of focus on commitment. If the investees are committed to take actions in a joint effort with us, with our financial support, to embrace the ESG agenda, to go a bit further, and also why not be a front runner in the sector, in the market? Because again, as an impact investment fund and also asset manager, we try to deliver impact on many levels, starting from individual partner, but also their clients, their stakeholders, the markets they are operating in, and also the countries. And in this regard, on top of the financing that we are providing, similar to EBRD, we are providing dedicated, tailored technical assistance. We invest a lot of money to support our investees to build the knowledge, the technical expertise, and to be able to implement the best practices in the industry, because this also helps us to ensure that we implement successfully our investments and up to a high standards. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you mentioned something which is extremely important, because people start from a relatively plain field, and commitment is to some extent more important than the actual achievements to date. But to what extent, I mean, depending on the comprehensive list of criteria that you have mentioned, if you put commitment next to it, does it generate significant workload, or it helps more in changing mindsets in the near term?
Exactly. When I say commitment, it's about us and our investees embarking on a joint journey. First of all, it's about the mindset. It's about raising the awareness about the different topics, and it's a learning also curve. Mm-hmm. We do provide in this regard a lot of trainings, dedicated trainings. We try to make it at the level of the institution, that across the institution, all the departments are aware, are on the same page, do embrace the new standards, whatever they, I mean, if now we are talking about ESG, have a full understanding, are aligned, are coordinated, and are willing to take steps and to increase their knowledge and deliver on our requirements and be able to implement our requirements that usually, I mean not usually, but being EU-based funds, our eligibility criteria for the financing are largely, particularly if we are to talk about the Green for Growth Fund, which is the Green Fund, are EU taxonomy aligned. By this, we are also bringing the know-how, the understanding of sustainable economic activities in the countries we operate. And therefore, we consider that we take also a market enable role or catalytic role, you know, to build the knowledge, to bring the standards, and importantly, to help our investees to implement those standards. And for this, the technical assistance support is key. Okay.
Do you have a one success story from Moldova, preferably, or otherwise from the wider region that you have mentioned that you are coordinating?
In Moldova, as also mentioned during the first panel, we are at early stage, at the beginning. And I think in this regard, we do have a very great partnership. And it's the example where the financial institution is being committed. Is being committed to be up to the level to embrace the best international standards. And seeing this commitment, we actually were eager to engage with the respective bank in Moldova. I don't know if I can say the name, but maybe yes, because exactly, because giving it's an example. It's actually the largest bank in Moldova, MAI, that we have financed including last year through both of our funds, EFSA and GGF, and therefore we are actually tackling on both social and the green aspects. And we are just about, in a joint effort, to embark on a comprehensive, I would say, green transformation journey, whereby we will help the bank to incorporate the ESG considerations into their overall business strategy. We will build their expertise in this regard, and we will help them develop also and incorporate the sustainability principles and objectives into their lending processes. And importantly, we will help them to properly disclose all their ESG efforts, because disclosure and communication, be it internal or external, is also imperative part of the process.
Oksana, thank you very much. I think this brings, if you want, the concept to a live example, which I think is extremely helpful. Dieter, good afternoon again. Moving now to the insurance sector, what are the main challenges and trends in the insurance sector in the EU, and again from an ESG perspective?
Yeah, hello from my side. Hello from Vienna. Thank you very much for having me. Just to make you familiar a bit with the situation we are in as a European insurance group, next year we will celebrate 200 years. So obviously we are a very sustainable insurance group, and we want to continue to do so also in the future. So we take a close look at what is happening around us. You mentioned, Dino, the European Union. The Green Deal also was already mentioned, sustainable finance. It's a huge package, but maybe for all those who are listening today online and at your conference room, let me underline the following. ESG or sustainability, however you want to call it, it is a systemic change. It is not a short-term trend. It is not a fast fashion. It is fundamentally changing the way we do finance, we do economy. I think this is really important to see. It's not something that is trending for the next 4 to 5 years and then we will change again. It is has come to stay. That's really important to see. Legally speaking, of course, we have the European climate law now in the European Union since 2021. And this law is basically obliging all the 27 member states. but indirectly, of course, it's also somehow obliging the financial industry, and that's exactly where we are coming in. So we are free in what we are doing, but we must be very transparent. We have to say what we do, and we have to do what we say. So we have to be very transparent. Sustainability reporting was already mentioned. This will be tightened even further in the future. We will have new standards to report. It's the so-called ESRS, the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, something very, very strict. Now, how are we as Vienna Insurance Group, also through our operation via Donaris in Moldova, tackle this issue? We are operating in 30 countries. And as you can imagine, these 30 countries are moving at very different speed, but they're all moving in the same direction, which is sustainability. So we have to be very well balanced in what we're doing as a group, not to exaggerate in one or the other market and not to underperform in another one. So this is a great, great challenge that we are facing. But again, we are not only in a legal environment, we are also in an economic and financial environment that is pushing us in that direction. It was already mentioned by one of the colleagues that we have a lot of other stakeholders pushing us as financial industry in that direction. It is the rating agencies, it's the analysts, it's the investors. So in brief, it's the capital markets that have high expectations. So even if you don't want to move as a company, you will be moved. Or if you don't move, one day you will be removed. So I think it's really important to understand that the environment is substantially changing. Also, our business partners, you know, the large corporates that we insure, they are changing. Also, the reinsurers, they are changing a lot. The big brand names, you all know them, they are changing. And of course, they also expect us to change. So we will receive less and less reinsurance capacity to take risk into our books when they are not green. So from that side, there is clear expectation. The same goes also for the banks. We have a lot of banks in Austria and other countries who clearly say there are certain economic activities we will not finance any longer in the future. So there, the banks are doing the hard job. We as insurers are coming a bit behind. Now, what is our role to play? Basically, as insurers, we are in a unique position compared to banks, asset managers, and so on, because we have basically two levers. First, we are investors, and second, we are protectors. We take the risk in our books, we underwrite a certain risk. And if you allow me very briefly, I'm mindful of time, on the investment side, I think it's important to do some expectation management because yes, it's true. The European insurance industry is the largest institutional investor in Europe. 10 trillion euro are currently invested by the European insurance sector. This is impressive. And if you look at all the figures that are presented by the European Commission and many others that are needed to do the transformation, because as it has been said, it's absolutely true, the public can't do it alone. They need also private investors. But these 10 trillion euro, they are not on our bank account. They are invested. So they are not available in the short term. So this will take time to shift the investment portfolio. That's one point. So that's the time dimension. The other one is, where are we invested? We are predominantly invested in sovereign bonds. It's really important. So we finance a lot of countries and we will continue to do so. That's important. So lots of sovereign bonds, also lots of corporate bonds, predominantly banks. So there is not so much capital available and left to invest in other companies of the real economy that are transitioning. But of course, we take a close look into those companies, whether they transform or not. because this is also risk then in our own portfolio if they do not transform. So that's on the investment side very briefly. If you allow me 1-2 minutes about the underwriting, of course, it's crucial. We take the risk in our books and the physical risk is changing. We all see the storms, we see hail, we see flooding, we see that the intensity is changing. We see wildfires also, and we have to react to that, and we have to manage this physical risk. So we'll take a closer look into what our customers are doing, predominantly the large corporate customers, of course, but also, let's say, the medium-sized ones. And the very last sentence, and this is really important, it's dear to our heart at VIG. The social aspect was mentioned very often, and this is very close to our hearts. You know, we will stay with our customers in all loyalty. We will change together. We will take this transition together. It's a common journey that we'll take, but we are not inclined, you know, to sort out customers because they don't fit into our portfolio any longer. We hear that from some other financial market participants. We don't do so. We are strongly, deeply rooted in Central Eastern Europe. It is a demanding region when it comes to ESG, but we are here to stay, we're here to support, and we're here to protect. And this is our mission, and this is also our ambition. Thank you.
And you will most likely add another 200 years or so to the legacy of Vienna Insurance Group in this part of the world. Thank you very much, Dieter. Vitalie, now moving to one of the local institutions. I trust that the implementation of an impactful ESG framework is high on your agenda. How exactly is your bank integrating the ESG consideration into its lending, investment, but also risk management strategies?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dino. Thank you. The previous speakers already touched some of the points. What I would like to stress from the very beginning is that Victoria Bank, I think, is at the beginning of this ESG journey. But the important part, I believe, is that we acknowledged it very seriously. So it's on our agenda at the highest level. So last year we have adopted the strategy for the next 3 years, and the ESG topic is among the key strategic initiatives, which means that it's always at the board discussion, at the board of administration, which is the supervisory board. Then it's on the agenda of the discussion of the executive, and now the challenge is to spread it throughout the organization, to make it real, not just various high-level words. So what we are doing practically in this respect, we have a position of ESG officer in our organization, which is currently under finance. We had this under operations before, but we have decided that it would be more suitable to move it under finance, directly under the CFO area. Why? Because ESG has a lot to do with reporting. And this year, for the second year, we are preparing the ESG report for consolidation at BT Group. We have not yet reached the level of preparing our own sustainability report, but we are preparing and delivering the data for consolidation purposes, which I must admit is a big challenge for our organization, because the amount of data and the type of data that we need to gather for these purposes is quite big and quite sophisticated. So we want to make a proper governance on this and to have a clear point from where the data is collected and where it is stored, who is responsible for this. So again, as a practical step which our bank has taken, again being part of Banca Transilvania Group, is being in process of adopting an ESG policy at the bank level, so which will highlight the main areas related to all the three letters from ESG. What is our purpose, where we want to be, and how we plan to achieve this. Again, this is work in progress, but again, the good thing is that it is very high on the bank's agenda, and I think in 1 year, if we'll have the discussion in a more or less similar format, I believe the achievements would be feasible, and we'll have something more specific to report to the audience and to all the stakeholders.
I have noted that in the next year event we will measure progress.
Okay.
Now you talk to a lot of SMEs, to farmers, for example, in particular. What kind of support are you providing to your clients? Because in the end, I think the education of your portfolio or client portfolio would help you in moving the needle to wherever, to the right.
Yeah, I think, again, we all here must acknowledge that the level of the financial literacy and financial education among population and SMEs here in Moldova is not very high. So we have to invest a lot in explaining our clients, our partners, what is the right way to do things, what is the right way to finance or not a business. So, for example, at this stage, again, as part of BT policies, we have some industries and sub-industries which we do not finance as part of our ESG criteria. But for those where we finance, we try to be close to them, to explain, to train them how to do business, how to report, what is the importance of accurately reporting figures, not to hide. We still have this mindset in Moldova that someone is trying to steal from you or whatever. The entrepreneurs especially have this reluctancy in being transparent, in providing data, in reporting accurately, mainly because they are afraid. So we are trying to promote transparency to them by various trainings, by various discussions, events and so on. So SME sector is a core sector for our bank. That is why we are very close to them in this respect.
The change in mindset that we were discussing also with Oksana is essential in any business or industry, and I think probably this is one of the most difficult to achieve. But on the other hand, we run annually in PWC at the global level a CEO survey, which talks about level of optimism or pessimism these days in the global economy. But one of the interesting outcomes of this survey for this year was that businesses which will not transform you know, in the 10, 15, 20 years will become less relevant.
Or will probably disappear.
Or probably disappear. And ESG is probably one of the dimensions of the change that companies would need to go through. And becoming less...
If I may, Dino,
please.
Just a small comment on the previous... about the direct help or impact that we do on SME, the first speaker, I think, touched this issue of digital and digitalization. So I think what the banks can do, and we put a lot of effort in this respect, of making most of our services, so up to 100% of our services available digital, which obviously bring a positive impact and reduce the carbon footprint, let's say. It's quite difficult to measure this, clients being, and the bank and its client being digital, how it's translated into some numbers on economies, on various savings that we've made in a specific area, but it's still this area, or measuring the impact is also on our agenda. But going digital, I believe, for the financial sector is a key, and it's a direct measure that we can take to make an impact in this ESG area. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think we've learned from all speakers that actually is not about one of the letters, but rather from how we combine the three pillars of this new concept into creating sustained outcome in the years to come. But as always, I think, whenever, for example, I talk to my clients about the concept, they ask, how do we do inside? So maybe just a quick round in the same order as before, starting with Michael. How does your organization, or EBRD in your case, deal with ESG concepts from an internal point of view? I mean, just briefly, without, just showing that you're also practicing what you preach.
Right. I'm going to say something about the letters, right? ESG. If we are to decide which one is more critical, right, no matter what the sector is of the company or the organization, if we are to deconstruct, the letters, then I would choose G. And I have evidence to support that. Once you get your governance right, I think you can get pretty much everything right. So one of the requirements of the EBRD, of the performance requirements, is to have at the very senior management level the accountability for ESG, for environmental and social risk management, to be exact. And going back to the case of Victoria Bank, if I may say so, I would strongly suggest, if with all due respect, a committee at the board level to be accountable for ESG issues, and your newly appointed ESG officer to be reporting to this committee. Because in all financing from now on, and I'm talking this year on, financing needs to be tied to Paris alignment, the Paris Climate Agreement. So there's got to be capacity and knowledge and skills, even at the board level, to understand why an organization like EBRD or other multilateral development banks would give money based only on the credential that Paris alignment is met. So EBRD has developed a Paris alignment methodology for direct and indirect investments. It's uploaded on their website, and you can see how now financing is channeled through responsible investment, opportunities to meet the objectives of the Green Deal. So now all the puzzles come together under the EU Sustainable Finance Framework. Back to you, Dino.
Thank you very much, Michael. Sakba?
At UNDP, we've had a number of internal moonshots to basically move all of our vehicles to electric, get our buildings to become smart, to reduce our carbon footprint. So you have those kinds of sort of initiatives that have had a transformative effect. One point I wanted to highlight related to the two other discussants is risk financing is becoming a really important area, especially for reinsurers and the whole insurance sector, this whole issue of risk, looking at the risk. So I'm glad that that was highlighted. The other one is in the recent COP, there's been a new thing that says 30% of biodiversity of land needs to be protected by 2030. Biodiversity was not on the radar screen of Wall Street or financial. It went from zero to being a very material sort of thing. So what we're seeing in a period of 1 or 2 years, acceleration of understanding of negative externalities, which are increasingly going to be taken into account through regulatory means, which have very material impact to the financial sector. I mean, Moldova, for example, has around 15% coverage of biodiversity in the south, with the arid region. So in the industries in specific areas like agriculture will also need to take that into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarma. Oksana?
Yeah, I think we walk our talk by the nature of our business. Being an impact asset manager, meaning impact at the core and at the heart of whatever we do. And here I mean by the way we structure, design, and advise and manage our funds. I think that's the evidence, because as I mentioned, we have 9 funds. Every fund is very specific, tackling on a social or environmental or governance issue. In this regard, also, I think it's worth mentioning our approach overall. We take a holistic approach. We come with sustainable investments, sustainable financing for our investees that are in turn used for on lending to support sustainable development and economic prosperity. And we come also with the technical assistance, the non-financial part that, if you ask me personally, this is the greatest value that we can bring to actually act on all the ESG related matters. Plus, as I mentioned, we do not limit our activities to the investees and their clients. We try to really go much and way beyond, also working and engaging with at the policy level, particularly with the regulators, because if we are to speak about for example, a reduction of in CO2 emissions, we cannot just aim at financing one company in order to enable it to reduce CO2 reduction. What we are instead aiming is at ensuring a long-lasting and larger impact, meaning we do engage with financial institutions. We do help them to measure and monitor the CO2 reductions of their clients, and we also help them to develop the green products dedicated for financing of those specific businesses. And of course, we do provide the financing for these purposes. So I think
it's a complete circle.
Exactly, it's a complete circle, and it's, as we call it, it's a holistic approach. And in order to enable the financial institutions, we do engage very actively with the regulators. And here I have a very interesting example from the region. We are very proud with our Green for Growth Fund that we have engaged with the National Bank of Georgia. I think in the region, Georgia stands out in many respects, including in the financial sector, having a very innovative and advanced regulator. So we engage with the National Bank of Georgia to help them put together the sustainable finance taxonomy. So, namely, we helped them actually with the support of PWC team to mention.
But it's better to come from
exactly. We actually helped them to align with the EU taxonomy, but with due consideration of the specifics of the local economy and of the local context, and to also help them to formulate and design the technical requirements for particularly the green part.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening. Dieter?
Thank you. I will respond in two ways. First, I can fully underline what Michael said. Governance is key. So our ESG department that I'm heading is directly located under the group CEO. So it has a high importance to the group. Second, of course, as it has been said also by Saba, it's important to take a look at the risk that is associated with ESG. So ESG should be in any organization be strongly rooted in the risk management, but also, of course, in the business itself. ESG should not be isolated, outsourced to some department. It should be at the core of the business of each and every one. Otherwise, it will not succeed. And by the way, this is also the expectation from the financial supervisor, that each and every one in the whole organization is going along the line of ESG. So that's on governance. On action, very last remark, what have we been doing and what will be doing? The first one is we have adopted a couple of years ago a coal exit strategy, so that we will not insure any more coal power plants under certain conditions. The same goes for the investment. So this is our climate action plan, a preliminary one, and we are currently preparing a so-called transition plan that everybody will have to do in Europe in the very near future. What is a transition plan? It's nothing else than a business plan until 2050. Sounds very far away, but also until 2030, and how we will reduce the CO2 in our books, both in the investment book, but also in the underwriting book. So this transition plan is currently under preparation. It's a group-wide plan, so it will cover all 30 countries we are operating in. This is quite a challenge, but we will manage that, and this will be out then by 2025. So you see, it's a huge work, but we will do it, and all the other insurers and all the other banks will also do it. So let's get prepared. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter. Vitalia, over to you.
Okay, so if I got correctly, your question is how we do internally, what is the status in terms of governance, and all my colleagues touched it, and Michael specifically addressed to our case. I want to say that we have a formal green board, which is part of the supervisory board in Victoria Bank. We have this direct reporting line. So from let's say documentary point of view, it's there. What we should do now is to make it happen. So to make it real life reporting, real life communication, and not just ticking the box. And I will give you a very good example on how we acted as a bank, and every business in this room can act. Is that a few months ago, when Moldova passed through a serious energy crisis with the various blackouts and so on, we have taken several common sense measures, which gave us from 20 to 30% economy on our energy consumption, electricity. And when apparently the situation calmed down, so we have been discussing whether we should keep this or not. And we decided to keep most of the actions taken. Why? Because it's good for everyone. So having, like I said, up to 30% economy from some basic and common sense measures. This and if everyone here implements this, this would really make an impact. So this being said, I think I will pass to you for the final conclusions.
Yes. Well, very interesting discussion. I think time flies. So I thank Michael, Sahba, Oksana, Dieter, and Vitalia for the insights into this conversation. So what my takeaway is that ESG is no longer a concept which is nice to have. We're no longer at the stage where we sit on the fence and watch what others are doing. And the winners of tomorrow will be those who probably better understand the importance of this concept into the future of their business. Yeah, so with that, I conclude this session. I thank you all for the participation, the panel members, and you, the public. I would have wanted to open the session for a couple of questions from the audience, but I don't think there is time left for that. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dino, and all the panelists. So actually, if it's a quoting season, then I would say that this small step for the business community in Moldova of discussing the ESG topic is probably looking for a huge leap in developing the sustainable economy altogether. And when we were designing the conference concept together with our partners at AmCham, EBRD, and UNDP, we were thinking how to put it also in a very pragmatic and practical angle. And I'm happy that both Albena and Oksana have mentioned the EU taxonomy, and we're thinking to start presenting the concept here because it's a foundation of ESG in the EU space, but in a practical manner. Since we have our colleague Petr online, I hope, right now, Petr Dovolil from PWC Czech Republic. He will be going through the concept of the EU taxonomy via an example of a building construction in the EU space. So how it practically happens and what it actually does mean. And this being said, I will kindly ask Petr to step in, and thanks again to our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this kind invitation to hold a very small nutshell session about EU taxonomy and its application. And I think, I will just follow up on what was said in the beginning when I tried to somehow clarify for businesses what is the importance of ESG. It is like a second ball on a football pitch. Yeah. Previously, we played the football with one ball. It was quality, time, and price mostly. And now there is a second ball. And it's an opportunity to make businesses more sustainable. And actually, the yardstick for sustainability is in the EU taxonomy. And my presentation will be very short, very schematic, but I hope that it will show you that it is not that difficult. Yeah, it's about that you start building EU taxonomy aligned assets and think with this new paradigm and new mindset about EU taxonomy. So what is EU taxonomy? EU taxonomy is a robust, uniform classification system of sustainable economic activities. To understand it properly, it's like a phone book. It's a phone book of activities, and it says how to achieve sustainability for these activities. It's actually already 2.5 years old, and now it was established by EU taxonomy regulation, which I suggest to you to read through because it's a new speak for this specific classification system. And there are now launching 6 sets of very detailed phone books about what is sustainable. And we are now somewhere behind the middle point. We've got some technical screening criteria, these phone books already established, and we expect something more this year. So it may be said that this year, the whole architecture, EU taxonomy, will be more or less fixed, and it provides a good guidance for investors to start thinking about what instruction to give to designers in terms of sustainability, and it is a major change. And also, I would like to point out to you that it will not be only environmental objectives, but gradually we see that social taxonomy is embedding also in this sustainability arena, and we are moving from frameworks to standards to these taxonomies, which will also talk about relationships within the supply chain. in employee rights and rights and behavior of companies towards consumers and users. So it's not only about environment. So it is something through which all investors will now measure sustainability. So ESG is measurable sustainability. So in terms of environmental objectives, and previously, you could look at some different angles of environmental protection, but now it is clear that the six objective framework will guide you through. So it's no longer sufficient to look at how investment is efficient in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. It should be also resilient to climate change risks, which are changing and which will not be the same risk as we see today, but it's about the look to prepare assets fit for the future. It's also about protection of water. It's about how we deal with materials in circular economy, and it's also about pollution prevention and control, and finally about protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. So just imagine that this EU taxonomy for each economic activity says more or less precise criteria, what you need to fulfill to reach two levels, what they call do no significant harm level, so which is the basic level, and for some higher aspirations you might achieve sustainable substantial contribution. So through this, it's like a technical norm which tells you how to embed sustainability into your investments. So what is an environmental sustainable investment or activity? So first, from those 6 environmental objectives, you need to reach the highest level with substantial contribution, at least for one of the objectives which I showed you. So one is in the high premium level. For the rest of those 5 environmental objectives, you need to reach at least the do no significant harm, the medium level, the middle level. And you should comply with certain minimum social safeguards, and you should comply with those technical screening criteria, with those phone books of sustainability, which show you what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. So this is important because now we are really moving from PR departments to investment departments and to risk management departments that needs to somehow measure sustainability alongside standard economic and financial qualifications. And what is important about the sustainability concept, that you should assure that it is sustainable across the life cycle. It's no longer sufficient that sustainability is embedded at the end of before the asset is commissioned and put into operation. So what is the arrangement of these phone books? This is an example of one set of technical screening criteria through delegated regulation of the European Commission. And as you can see, you see these envelopes or packages alongside certain sectors: forestry, environmental protection and restoration, manufacturing, energy, water supply, transport. And within these categories, within these chapters, you will find specific subject matters which describe certain economic activities and set out specific requirements to make your investments and activities EU taxonomy aligned. They use those NASA codes, so it's fairly intuitive to move and to find those activities, but it is important to say that some of those projects might be composed of several of these activities, so you need to learn how to use it. So I will show you now one example of these technical screening criteria. It is about new buildings. It will be very short, but it will show you how it works. So it is the section 7.1, construction of new buildings. It's for development of building projects, both residential and non-residential, including designing, and it will be applicable without any time limit, and it concerns these NASA codes. So what is the substantial contribution and mitigation, that premium level? So in order to have new buildings complied with this substantial contribution requirement, you need to fulfill these three criteria. The first one is for applicable to all buildings, so you need to be at least 10% lower than the threshold for nearly zero energy buildings, and it should be approved by way of energy performance certificates. For certain larger installations and buildings, you need to also prove certain thermal integrity and other aspects. In terms of adaptation, it would be too long to speak about it. I will only refer that there is a special annex which lists physical risks, and you should test your asset whether it would be sufficient to resist future climate conditions. For your information, for non-residential buildings, you might even have these very specific requirements regarding saving characteristics of these water-related installations. So wash hand basin taps and kitchen taps have a maximum water flow of 6 liters per minute, and others. It just shows how this is granular, and it starts really with talking with designers that these things are embedded early in the project, because it will be then difficult to remove it and replace it by some other installations. For what is important, there is a big focus on circular economy. So you need to at least use 70% of the non-hazardous construction and demolition waste, either for reuse or recycling or other material recovery. So it will completely change the way how building construction business works. So there is a big push to reuse materials and use it for further constructions. I don't need to go to too much length to other components. I just wanted to show you that this is very, there are clear-cut criteria. They can be used like any technical norm, and it's used to know about it, because if you do not know about it, you don't know where to go, or you might get lost. So I think for any new construction, it is important that you try to think about how to comply with your investments with the EU taxonomy, because once you build it up and it will be EU taxonomy aligned, it will be more attractive to the tenants, especially those firms from the European Union, which will need to report it in their non-financial reporting. So it's about value creation. Of course, sometimes it's about the level of maybe lower ambition, but always try to set up your own targets with the use of EU taxonomy. It's not difficult. And as you can see on this picture, it clearly shows how ESG is now translated into the EU taxonomy. So we've got 6 environmental objectives, and those acronyms in the brackets shows the relevant general in European sustainability reporting standards, which are now being developed. So all this will not be only tracked at the level of projects, it will be tracked in the non-financial reporting of firms, which will be audited soon. So finally, that's all. We cannot speak at length now, but we prepared also a capacity building program where we can, 6-day program, when we go into details of this EU taxonomy alignment, climate proofing, social proofing, environmental proofing, ESG standards, and ESG purchasing. So I hope that this presentation gave you some comfort and also courage that you should look into the EU taxonomy and use it in your practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Simple and complicated in the same time, right? I have been already asked if the presentation will be available after the conference, and I admit that it is going to be available. So now we're slowly approaching to the third and the last session of this conference. We have seen in the first a panel discussion what's the importance to embrace the ESG trend by the public authorities. Then we moved to financial sector, and we have discussed the implication of financial sector players. And now we are going to see what's the role of the private sector, and specifically what is it there for the Moldovan private sector. And for this discussion, we have invited as moderator Marcela Lefter. Marcela, you of course know Marcela as a very active person within the AmCham business community. Marcela is leading the Green Transition Committee within AmCham, and she is also a board member. But first of all, she is CEO and founder of Sedera Green. She's an energy professional, again, more than 20 years of expertise. I have estimated that today's moderators altogether have something like 70 years of expertise, which is nice, isn't it? Needless to say that Marcela is an already recognized voice of promoting the green transition, decarbonization, massive deployment of renewables. So Marcela, the floor is yours. Let's see what is there.
Thank you very much, Mila. So normally we are speaking about sustainability from the point of view of how to become renewable, more sustainable. You know, I like very much these topics. But today we have to discuss how we embrace all these requirements in our businesses. If is it important for Moldova local businesses, for multinational companies, for Moldovan businesses as EU exporter, or as a supplier in a big value chain of already or of big European or international groups. So let me welcome and present our distinguished speakers. Nicola Lutens, Group Sustainability Manager at Vetropark. Nicola, are you with us? Vetropack is a EU producer of packaging, operates a glass production factory in Moldova. Vitalie Butnaru, Senior Finance Officer at Transoil Group. Transoil is a leading agribusiness company, exporter to EU and other markets of Moldovan origin products. Ina Sandu, Organization Human Resources and Communication Director at Lafarge. Lafarge is a EU cement producer, large EU cement producer, present also with production in Moldova. Cristina Mândrescu, CSR Manager at Orange Moldova. Orange is a telecom service provider as part of the EU large-based group. So, Moldova does not yet have legislation requiring its companies and other businesses to monitor the compliance with human rights and environmental standards throughout their value chains. However, such requirements might be becoming increasingly relevant for Moldovan companies, given the country's dependence on trade and investment flows with the European Union. The new ESG compliance requirements will affect EU companies, but also non-EU companies with significant operations in the EU and those integrated into value chains of large EU companies. These developments in the EU and other European countries present new considerations for Moldova-based businesses as they may become subject for human rights, environmental, and good governance due diligence requirements to maintain safe access to the European market. Ignoring the ESG regulations and standards today may result in future penalization, absence of investment, and even loss of important clients in the future. Despite the lack of formal obligations, the private sector in Moldova provides already evidence of some sectoral self-regulation and promotion of voluntary commitments, notably through initiatives led by larger multinational companies. So why we invited today representatives of multinational companies in our panel. And I would like to start with you, Nicola. So what does it mean for Vetropack to be sustainable? And how Vetropack complies with ESG requirements?
thank you for the invitation, for inviting us, and I would like also to congratulate the American Chamber and PWC for the very good initiative. So I've also attended the other panels, and I think this is really important. So you have gathered, governments, the financial sector, and also the corporates. I think it's really a very, very good initiative. So I have some slides. I don't know if you can share it or I have to share it myself.
Let's share you. So.
Can I share my slide? I will try to share my slides.
Please share.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Good. So basically just one word on my company. So Vetropack is a glass producer. As you can see on the screen, we have different locations in Europe, and one location is this one in Chisinau. So we have almost 4,000 employees all around Europe, and our turnover is around 800 million euros. So for us, sustainability, first of all, the glass for us is a healthy material, endlessly recyclable and refillable. We have started working on sustainability back to the 70s. We implemented a recycling glass scheme in Switzerland. And for the future, our goal is to be sustainability front runners in the glass industry. Here you can see some of our objectives. So reduction of carbon emissions. We are committed to the Science Based Target Initiative. We want to increase also the percentage of used glass in our bottles, so up to 70% in 2030 and so on. And regarding to the specific topic, so as a multinational company, of course, we have already been active in this topic since many years. So here you can see that the first annual report that we've done on sustainability was 8 years ago in 2014. We are reporting according to the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI. We are reporting to EcoVadis platform and meta audits. So, I mean, this is something that we have been doing for some years. But what we can see, and also I remember that your panelists before said that basically there is a huge increase now in this moment on requirements, both on, let's say, voluntary commitments and also mandatory commitments. So on the left, you can see some initiatives at the global level, like a Science-Based Target Initiative or Renewable Electricity 100, CDP. So those ones are more, voluntary commitments, but they are more and more asked, by investors and customers. So it's like being mandatory. And also TCFD is another disclosure that is becoming mandatory, for example, in Switzerland. And we talk also before in the previous panels, the European directive. So for example, CSRD, so Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, and another one, which is the Directive on Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence. So this one is really about, sustainable supply chains. And another also coming law from Europe that will have an impact on Moldova is the carbon border adjustment mechanism. So I think you can see here, I wanted also to share some slides just to give you an idea of visually, of all the activities that are coming, that are already here and that are on draft and that will come in the coming years. So I think, yeah, it's really important, to start working on these topics. So very quickly, my final words, for introduction was, and the suggestion, for Moldovan companies that don't wait, be proactive, because first of all, sustainability is the right thing to do for the people, for the planet, and also for the profit. So as we said, and we've seen, governments are asking for that, and investors are asking for that, and also, big brands and the customers are asking for that. So my suggestion is to really be proactive and look at what's going on in the world, regarding sustainability, and also asking your stakeholders, so your investors and your customers, what they are asking, what they are expecting from you. And then, of course, start really, acting. So basically, doing something for the environment, for your people, for your community, engage with your suppliers. So I would say that's it from my side.
Thank you, Nicola. So we are very curious when we started to embrace ESG requirements as voluntary. So it came from shareholders, from some from competition into finance to access to maybe to another kind of funds, or from the competition for your final consumer.
So
when it's mandatory, we understand, but when we have to embrace voluntary.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I would say that it's really coming from everywhere, So in our case, what we see is it is requested mainly from our main customers, so big brands. But what we see also from other companies and competition, and also what we've seen also from the other partners, from the finance market. Also, investors are really strongly asking now for a sustainability or ESG. And this is also why most of the big companies, are working in this topic. So I would say that it is becoming really important for everybody, and everybody is pushing in the same direction as we've seen before, governments, investors, customers.
Thank you, Nicola. Be connected with us, because I will come back to you with other questions. So now I'd like to move now from one energy-intensive industry to another, and to address to Lafarge, Ina. How does Lafarge ensure the integration of sustainable development principles in its value chain?
Lafarge Moldova is part of Holcim Group, and Holcim Group is present in more than 70 countries and employs more than 80,000 people. And of course, some of the panelists have mentioned before that G is a strong part of these three letters. And in our case is the case that G, governance, is a big letter in this word, or in this expression, because it comes from the group. It's not nothing to hide. These are requirements. If you want to be part of this group, you have to align to some rules, of mandatory rules, and we have direction that is dedicated to sustainable development, straight under the CEO of the group, which is covering a few pillars under these ESG letters. For example, under environment, we have two pillars, which are the nature and sustainable construction. Under social, we have three pillars that are representing via people and community, health and safety, human rights, and under both letters, I would say, we have also some monitoring related to the water consumption, to the air pollution, and also to the sustainable procurement. So on all these mentioned pillars, I would say, we are required to report on an annual basis to the group our progress on different topics. We are monitoring them, we are implementing them.
With population and urbanization.
And this part of ESG is annual part of the integrated report of the group. So no financial report without ESG report integrated.
Very nice to hear that we already have this kind of non-financial reporting inside of our local presented businesses, but part of the large groups. So you mentioned about sustainable procurement, and I would like to ask you, how do you educate, if you do, your suppliers, especially local small SMEs, so struggling with the ESG implementation?
Okay, our requirements related to the collaboration or partnership with our suppliers is representing via Code of Business Conduct, and this Code of Business Conduct is published on our site.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Wholesome, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient.
Also of the spend, and also of the origin of this supplier. There are regions which are considered ESG high impact, with high impact suppliers.
With population and urbanization on the rise,
with high impact on ESG, and this is usually the ex-Soviet Union countries, and there are also companies that are considered with low impact on ESG. This is mainly coming from EU countries, and based on this criteria and based on the total spend per supplier, there are different requirements. And we cannot say that we are making mandatory for all our suppliers these rules, but they are increasing as the amount spent with them are increased. Their communication is transparent. We, with the procurement team, support our suppliers in completing the declarations or the proof that they are aligned at the minimum or at the medium at the requested level. And if somebody is not aligned today, but he wants or they want to work with us, they know the criteria, they can read all the required rules on our site and be better to be a next supplier for us in the next period.
Yeah, in your example, we can see direct economic advantages for these small SMEs that want to participate in your procurement process. So to be aligned to the ESG requirements of your group, and at the same time, they have a kind of mandatory, and kind of direct economic advantages. And it's an ecosystem that the big multinational companies is creating by its value chains, and including by educating all the participants in the value chains and all the suppliers, services.
Actually, and embracing ESG is not only for the internal, it's also for the external. Everything what is client or is supplier or is community, of course, it's touched and influenced by the company's behavior related to ESG.
Thank you very much, Ina.
Thank you.
So now I would like to move from industrial products to food industry. We have here Transoil, so it's a local business and is a EU exporter. So we are very curious to hear from you, to share your experience, how Transoil is started or not already to implement some ESG policies. And if it's this consideration, ESG consideration, matter or not for Transoil current activity, or is something like future plans? Please, Vitek.
Thank you very much, Marcella. In the first instance, I'd like to thank AmCham and PWC for organizing this very important event, and the fact that starting the discussion on ESG topic is very important for the country and for the businesses as well, but for the society, generally speaking, particularly because of the EU candidacy that Moldova got this year, or last year, 2022. Now, a couple of words on Transoil. So, Transoil is a regional business with offices, in Chisinau, Bucharest, Geneva, Novi Sad, and an office in Middle East. And just a third of the business comes from Moldova. So Transoil is rather a regional player, Central and Eastern Europe, and that's the strategy that our shareholders put in front of all of us a couple of years ago, when we've changed a little bit the shareholder structure with entrance of Oaktree Capital Management, now part of Brookfield Asset Management, to the board. Definitely, ESG for us is not a choice. ESG for us now became already a backbone of our processes, of our day-to-day life. And generally speaking, now we are passing in a way process of business re-engineering, considering all of those three pillars that stand for ESG. So being agricultural, or rather an agri-industrial business in the region, we do export. So in 2022, we did export from Moldova alone about $400 million worth of goods out of Moldova, and about $750 million of goods from the jurisdictions that we are in Romania, Serbia, Moldova, Ukraine, to the European Union. And that's just, once again, a third of our destinations as Transoil business or revenues crossed last year about $2.5 billion. So access to the EU for large corporates and for the region, not just for Moldova, Transoil is a large corporate, being one of the largest employer and, well, number one exporter out of the country, is a very challenging exercise, but also that brings a lot of opportunities. Once Russia invaded Ukraine, the traditional chains of supply of, for example, sunflower oil, our traditional product that we produce here in Moldova for free crushing plants, but one in Serbia and one in Romania, became disrupted. So European large distributors and retail chains, they started to look elsewhere for sunflower oil because there is a huge lack of oils on the shelves of the European markets. And we've got, and just to exemplify that, what does it mean exactly? We've got requests or whatever, we've got a lot of requests to supply oil, and we were overwhelmed by this demand. But generally speaking, in the end, we signed an agreement, a supply agreement with a German large distributor. But before that, they literally done, an ESG due deal. And for us, well, it was a challenge in a way to not being compliant enough, but rather to gather the information. And it was in the same time with, beefing out the team, reshuffling the processes, rethinking the ERP systems and the accounting systems that we have in place. And in the meantime, we were, and we are still working on the final, when we are on the verge to produce our first ever GRI report. It's a Global Reporting Initiative report, that's a report that's going to be released in the next couple of weeks. And generally speaking, we are very well aware and of the ESG importance. And the pillars that are here, I would probably second, literally every second speaker in these panels, is that the G, or the governance, the pillar of G that stands for governance, is probably one of the most important, because in the businesses like Transoil, very large businesses regionally, without any group support from elsewhere, from Western Europe or North America, sometimes it's getting challenged. It's just a challenge to get everyone on board. But once you've passed that, once you have your shareholders and C-suite managers aligned with the mindset of the ESG, things are getting more interesting and very effective and efficient. So, I would stop here probably for the moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Vitaly. How do you think for other local companies it is important to implement ESG practices? And you mentioned about the high demand on the products for European markets. In this kind of situation like crisis, anybody is checking or not the value chain, how sustainable is the product on the shelf, or is something like we are acting in the crisis? As an example from the energy market, so it's the same. In the crisis, we started to produce by fossil fuels in all the Europe. So how it was the behavior in this period?
So in reality, what happened is that Transoil, and I believe that applies to the same, or generally to large corporates, they become focal points for ESG implementation and for a source of ESG. Sometimes we have to adhere to ESG, and not just us, but our suppliers as well. To exemplify that, I could provide an example of a multilateral financial institution that is providing finance to Transoil. It's a Netherlands-based state bank that finances pre-crop activities of our suppliers in Moldova, farmers. And before disbursing the funds, they're doing a value chain due deal. So literally they come here, they land to Chisinau, and they literally go in, well, a couple of districts, north and south, and they go and they speak to our farmers. And they look where the goods are located, how the crops, cereals are treated, how we treat them, how we at Transoil treat our suppliers, farmers. And once again, without green light from the ESG people at that particular bank or financial institution, multilateral, the disbursement of $43 million facility would be impossible. So ESG is something that we need to all embrace, and we need to actively work on implementation. Otherwise, in 5, maybe 7 or 10 years, the business will shrink because of non-implementation. Surprisingly, you may see that the EU directives that are put in a different way, you can see them in Saudi Arabia, you can see them in Oman. So jurisdictions that you are not necessarily expect to see some ESG requirements, or at least information requested from you as a supplier to those markets. But definitely exporters from Republic of Moldova do not need to closely look EU rather as a punishment in a way, but rather to look that as a silver lining that in 5, maybe 7, maybe a decade, everyone in the world would be looking at the ESG through the lenses of compliance and adherence to, and, well, the mindset, obviously.
Extremely interesting that we are saying about that already was done some kind of due diligence with farmers, with all the supply chain that you have. So very helpful, I think, for all our participants and our local businesses. So now I'd like to go on and move from manufacturer to service provider. Christina, what are the main Orange Moldova ESG achievements and reporting practices?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm thrilled to be today and represent Orange Moldova as this, at this stage for Moldova, disruptive event, and speaking about the way we do ESG at Orange. And thank you, AmCham, for this invitation. As part of an international group, digital services provider and network operator in 26 countries, Orange Moldova started its proper CSR journey back in 2007, and by 2013, something like 2014, we were already collecting, tracking, analyzing, and reporting our data related to wastes, energy, and the impact of our social projects. By today, the concept evolved to the point where today we are already monitoring and reporting the data from the ESG framework point of view. Orange Moldova today does not, technically speaking, publish an ESG report. Yet our data become part of the Orange Group yearly integrated report. And this is the document and the overview that reflects as well our ESG Engage 2025 strategy, and where we tried and continue being a trusted partner in a responsible digital world. With this in mind, getting back on the pragmatical part, or how we do in ESG at Orange Moldova, I'll stick to the environment. There are two main components that we prioritize, like two pillars for environment. First, it's energy, and it's the energy sobriety and energy efficiency in our networks. Here we have several projects for our radio access network put into place. We do photovoltaic panels on our sites with a unique technology in the telecom sector in Moldova, meaning that the technology stocks the energy for the station own needs operation. And that it's not about only green, about CO2 emissions reduction, it's also, and maybe first of all, about energy resilience. Yet the main concern here, as I was saying, it's the second part is calculating the CO2 impact of the operation. While for scope 1 and 2, as you may probably very well know, that for scope 1 is our own emissions from our direct activities like oil, petrol, and gas. And scope 2, it's the emissions from the production of the energy we use. Here, more or less, the methodology is used. The group experts are the one to help us in calculating our CO2 footprint. It's not the subject for scope 3, meaning the emissions in all our supply chain, upstream and downstream. But we do work to tackle this aspect together with the group. As I was saying, after the environment, in the environment segment, the circular economy, as mentioned today, is the second pillar. And here we take care that our products do not harm the environment. Because first of all, before doing good for or thinking about someone else responsible behavior to the climate, to the nature, you have to be care of your own behavior, responsible behavior, CO2 footprint, and the way you take back from the market the goods and the products that you put in. And for this, we have several key projects, like refurbished phones. We launched it in last year, so in 2022, in all our direct and indirect shops. We collect from the market the used mobile phones and take care that they are properly treated and recycled. Even if we are needed today to do this abroad, so we all know because since given the lack of the recycling infrastructure, all these wastes of electrical equipment shall be exported for proper treatment. And last but not the least, in the circular economy, we continue collecting back from our customers the fixed equipment. As I was saying, these are our main and most important projects for the environment. And just to stress and to mention that our main objective for the environment part is to reduce our own carbon footprint. Speaking about the social, just to make a short overview, we put under the S all our achievements done for diversity, inclusion, and equality, being it done for employees, customer, or society as a whole. For diversity, at Orange Moldova, we already reached the point that 45% of the leaders are represented by women. We started working and developing dedicated projects through which we are training and requalifying women to have access to careers in technical or digital roles. We have a wide range of social benefits that we provide to our employees, and as a consequence of these several aspects I mentioned here, we are certified on gender equality international European standard since 2015, and this certification is renewed every 4 years. And this is a proof of the resources we mobilize in order to ensure equality at work. And again, without not entering too many details on the inclusion part, this is kind of another, I wouldn't call it even battlefield, another a strong point of ours. Both internally, where we put in place inclusive policies, accessibility policies. So all our offices and shops, of course, are equipped with access ramp for disabled people. All our offices are equipped with special amenities for them, and as well on the inclusion part, I would not forgive myself to mention the digital inclusion. We are doing at Orange Moldova for a long while. Actually, on the digital inclusion, this is the Orange Moldova Foundation that comes into force, a foundation operating in Moldova since 2009. And having today by up to over 400,000 beneficiaries. And we continue work, including in the foundation. We have aligned the strategy of our foundation with the CSR strategy as a whole. So now the main focus of our foundation is to contribute to the digital education and inclusion of the society in Moldova. So I'll stop here with the S, and maybe the G will be subject to another discussion. Thank you,
Christina. But what about the reporting? Are you doing reports, formal reports, or is something inside of your group? All the measures and activities that you mentioned, is something required by the headquarters, or is something decided here, and every country has a kind of independence to take decisions on policies and requirements to be applied in a specific country?
Yes, this is very important to be mentioned as well. As I was saying, back in 2014, we were already just reporting some data. For example, myself, without knowing what happens next, without knowing what will be like in 2020, what would mean the ESG reporting. Yes, we do collect, analyze, track the data, and report to the group. This is mandatory. That's what each Orange affiliate is doing. But speaking internally, yes, of course, there is always, at the first step, there is reluctance between the employees of the company. Not everybody understands why we do this, what is the purpose, but with like just every innovation that comes, everything seems too difficult. Everybody seems to be too reluctant until people understand and see the added value of the ESG reporting. Because in time, I guess all the ESG and all the actors in the CSR field understand that it is a matter of cost reduction first. It's a matter of brand power and the positioning on the market. Being socially, environmentally responsible means as well attracting and maintaining talents in your company. It's about having advantages among customers comparing with the competition. So it comes with a lot of advantages in the back. While for the, as I was saying, although we cannot technically saying that this is our ESG report, we keep informing like our customer, the society on permanent basis, being it on social part through the projects that we do for society, for our employees, being environment and the projects that we offer. So speaking to your customer about ESG becomes more interesting when you are saying, look what you can do being an Orange client. Instead of just throwing your old phone in a drawer and forget it there, we can bring it into the store and now we can recycle, we can maybe refurbish it and put it back on the market. And this way customer understand that they become part of this ESG movement, and making part of your activity is maybe the most important, at least in Moldova here at this stage.
Yeah. General motivation will be from a general awareness and to educate ourselves, to educate our employees, to educate our partners and so on. So this is the most important that we have to do for all the period. A previous speaker said that is not a trend for the next years, is must have to organize and to have a business for a long period of time. So we have to do this kind of education.
Yes, it's about growth and it's about thriving for the long run as well. It's not just a matter of fancy or of show off like.
Yeah, so we heard from all of you what is important to adopt sustainability policies in the companies, but all of you are part of the multinational corporations. So how do you think? Is it important for local Moldovan company that maybe do not have yet exports to EU, but maybe in the future, and to already start to adopt and to implement voluntary some ESG commitments? Nicola, are you with us?
Yes. Yes, so I would say that, of course, you know, the more you are a big company and a multinational company, of course, the more you are exposed to the ESG and sustainability requirements. So, of course, we have been hearing now that companies like my company or Transoil or Orange and so on, they have been exposed to, you know, to ESG since years now, more than 10 years probably. And I think I would say again, you know, this is the right thing to do. So, I mean, the companies, you know, they don't have only to take care about the business, so they also have to take care about the people and then the environment. So, first of all, this is the right thing to do. And also, I think that, yeah, it's also good for the business to go there because you will find opportunities also to reduce your costs. For example, when you talk about energy efficiency or also switching to renewables, you can save some money. And also new business will open, I think. So if you are proactive and you show that you are really improving sustainability, you can connect with new potential customers. So I think it is definitely a good choice, not to wait, you know, the last minute, but to start working on that as soon as possible.
Thank you. Vitaly, what do you think?
Well, I would definitely go into splitting the question into two parts. First of all is the opportunities and challenges, obviously, that comes with these opportunities. So on the opportunity side, definitely that's a way to go. There are a lot of opportunities linked to the proper ESG implementation, ESG agenda implementation. And here I could just once again exemplify on a case when Transoil was searching for some alternative supplies and generally geographies, or in terms of geography supplies. And we went across Latin America, obviously, and to Brazil being one of the largest producers of corn and soybeans globally. And well, not being necessarily a EU business, rather a regional Central Europe business, we've searched for, well, ESG compliant businesses. As you know that, well, Brazil is ill-fated with deforestation risks, and generally deforestation is heavily linked to Brazil, and all these risks abundant from there. And well, we've looked into about 10 supplies, and just 2 fit the bill. So in reality, the prices that we've been offered from those 2 suppliers were higher than the others. But just because we are, well, we pursue the ESG agenda, we have some internal rules, we have code of business conduct, code of ethics, and code of supply chain. And well, we had to pursue a proper supplier from Brazil. Exactly the same works for a Moldovan company. Imagine that whatever Middle East or European company would be searching for suppliers from Central and Eastern Europe. And well, definitely they would be looking at Moldova as well, given the fact that for the last couple of, well, years, we've appeared on the map. And definitely that's a significant chance for local producers that are willing and are keen to find new export markets and customers to find those clients and those export markets. I would definitely want to mention the access to financing. We do believe that the green finance and the general acceptance of the ESG compliant businesses will increase going forward. That means that in 5, 10 years' time, large businesses like Transoil, but also SMEs as well, will not be in a position to secure long-term finance without being ESG compliant. So literally, what do we believe is that in 10 years from now, if a business is not ESG compliant, then, well, banks might not willing to finance or even not keeping a bank account. So on the challenges, well, we've came across probably, well, if not a lot of them, probably all of them. First of all, that's, well, lack of people available on the market, in particular sustainability managers or ESG managers. There are literally a handful, maybe a dozen of professionals available in the market and, well, available, working in the market, right? But they're not available. We've beefed up our team earlier, well, last year now, and, well, we couldn't find ESG manager under our sustainability manager. And what we've done, we went to the university and we took a master student from there. So we gave a chance to a young professional to embrace our mindset and to put his efforts and new ideas into practice. But generally speaking, I would like to touch upon professional due care and, well, lack of responsibility that we see often, and not just in Republic of Moldova, but in the region, because at Transoil we believe that the future of agriculture in Moldova, which by the way is the leading sector in the country still, lies in industrialization. And bringing new technology, equipment, machinery, and sometimes new people, and often new people, well, we bring knowledge as well. But what do we lack sometimes is responsibility, professional due care, and despite the fact that we are working towards increasing the awareness, professional awareness, personal responsibility, sometimes, well, we have to rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. But generally speaking, we have a lot of data related to ESG reporting and to our novel GRI reporting. And we have an abundance of data, a lot of information, but this information is not structured well for the ESG reporting. So at a certain point in time, we had 60 managers, 60 managers working across the jurisdictions that we operate from, working on crunching numbers, retrieving information, assessing all of the information that we gather, putting all together to give or to pass the information to our consultant that, by the way, we hired to help us, to assist us to produce our first ever report. Obviously, that's a competence that we are growing inside Transoil, and we will continue doing so. But definitely adhering and embracing ESG agenda is a huge opportunity that may bring outrageous rewards.
Yeah. Very interesting, including...
if I may, if you convert it on ESG on simple words, I would propose to put it and see it through the human face of the business, I would say. Because all the letters and all the pillars that we are talking here are kind of belonging to common sense, right? To take care of water, to take care of the waste you produce, to take care of respecting each other, to take care of respecting human rights, to take care of the community where. So it's about common sense. Starts with common sense and then goes to rules and governance. And if you take ES, is actually the human face of the business, and then if we want to be seen, not just business running for profits, and to be sustainable and to have a long run, and to attract in our company a future generation, then we have to embrace and show. Sometimes we embrace it, but we do not communicate, we do not show this human face of the business. I'd say so.
Yeah, very interesting. Christina, do you want to add something at the topic?
Very short, no doubt. Local companies shall embrace ESG. This is the first, but the second, maybe more important, is to do it the right way. Otherwise, without expertise, without knowledge, without having specialists, companies can risk and do sometimes proper, greenwashing. While it is good to speak about being green, taking care of the nature, cleaning, greening, each company, each player shall choose its own battle. This is why I was very glad hearing the minister saying that the minister will take care to prepare experts to create such curricula or specialists in vocational schools. Because this is not an easy task at all. So while it may seem that, okay, I'll do something for environment, do something for the people, this is not right, because that's why, and the common wrong understanding that sustainability is for big companies. It is too expensive. We cannot allow it ourselves. And there is another saying that the experts say, if the sustainability costs you much, then you're doing it the wrong way. So sustainability and ESG framework shall be embraced, but embraced the correct way.
Yeah. You mentioned about that is expensive. Of course, it's another topic to discuss about how sustainability costs, how much, but even we have to, we don't want to see the advantages, maybe direct advantages of becoming more efficient and more reliably. It help us to save money, and maybe we have to calculate every time before to say that is costly, so it's very expensive for us small local companies to do something in a sustainable way. So to take care once again and to analyze and to calculate exactly, and I'm more than sure that we'll become with good financial results in saving money, of course. So as closing remarks from your side, dear panelists, so what would be what in your opinion, so taking into account the specific of your industries, what are the main challenges for your group, for your company, and for the Moldovan market to embrace ESG requirements? Nicola.
Yes. So regarding our industry, the main challenges are, let's say, decarbonization, so related to climate change, because we are a so-called hard-to-abate sector. And yeah, I would say this is the main challenge. So, and regarding Moldova, I think, yeah, some of the panelists pointed that, yes, probably there is a lack of competency and knowledge, but I would say that, you know, there is a lack of knowledge worldwide, because this is a brand new topic for everybody, and there are not so many people, you know, with experience. So I would say this is quite common. But I would say, on the other hand, that is not rocket science at the end of the day. So, I mean, it's not so complex. Also, the data collection, and I don't think it's so complex. So that's it.
Thank you. Ina, what do you think the main challenges?
So sometimes for our company becomes the legal frame of the country, bringing some constraints in going further in being more sustainable. And if I exemplify it, we have, as group, we have the experience of on co-processing waste and being a solution for big cities and big communities in this direction. And we have in our group plants that are working on 90+% on alternative fuels. And this is a sustainable way of, definitely is a sustainable way of doing business. While in Moldova we are still lacking a lot of legislation that would help us to bring a solution for the country in co-processing the waste or the materials that cannot be recycled or cannot be reused, which would save some traditional fuel definitely, and which would collect and avoid seeing waste everywhere. This is one example of challenges and constraints that we are facing.
Thank you. Christina?
First in line would be the lack of infrastructure. I'll speak just from our telco point of view. Lack of recycling infrastructure. And second, legislation. Additional to what my colleagues said. For example, legislation, let's say that in Moldova there is no legislation for power purchase agreements or virtual power purchase agreements. What is an aspect that is of big importance for us. So these main two, infrastructure and legislation.
Yeah, so out of the challenges that, well, we do not see challenges, we see opportunities. Generally speaking, that's how we turn a challenge into business, but we see an increasing demand from our stakeholders on the ESG agenda. First of all, credit rating agencies, lenders, and board of directors, and the need to find a balance between a very demanding and very high bar of criteria that we need to meet in, say, a decade, and, well, meeting reality and knowing the, real life and the challenges, real challenges that do not depend on us locally. Another, challenge is the fact that, first of all, we need a partnership between businesses, between society, and between authorities. So in a free party, we have a gentleman's social agreement where we will increase awareness. And that's already not a challenge, that's a big issue, is the awareness and how people treat ESG-related agenda, environment agenda as well. And to overcome that, we need to come together, everyone, to be united in terms of the increasing ESG agenda awareness, environmental distinctive feature that the country has. In our field, that's extensive agriculture. And well, to be close to everyone, and to explain to the society how important going forward the ESG agenda is.
Yeah, increasing awareness, so is exactly what we are doing now.
That's right.
So is exactly what the organizers, and thank you AmCham and all the partners for this event, that is helping us to increase awareness, to know, to share knowledge, to share experience, and to become better. And as closing remarks from my side, what I would like to say that adopting ESG practices is first of all our contribution to the reduction of the CO2 emissions. We can reduce emissions through sustainable land use, new technologies, and energy efficiency solutions. We have to struggle all, not only multinational corporations, for a clean and safe environment, using renewable energy, recycling, doing afforestation. So let's commit and integrate sustainable practices in every business. Thank you very much.
Mila is showing me that I should come here for the final part of this discussion today. And my God, what a journey it was since the first discussion we had, I don't know how many months ago with Mila. Should we start discussing about the topic in the AmCham business community, or is it too early to discuss? We thought it's a good idea to start, but we were expecting to be, well, less interest maybe at that point, and it seems that we've been deeply wrong. From what personally I've seen today, it's much more of what we had to discover already happening in the ESG space in Moldova than what we were sharing today, because it's a first discussion, of course. And we've tried to structure it in a way that it would cover the key elements of the topic. This is why you have this split in 3 panels. And I will very briefly, just to make sure that we are somehow aligned on what we can conclude out of today, go through the discussions in the panels. So basically, we kicked in with a public sector panel, which was a comparison, if you wish, on or taking the pulse on where we are standing in the public policy space compared to the region. Thank you, Albena, for that. And a few summarizing thoughts here would be, first of all, starting to implement the ESG policies by the public sector actually means bringing the private sector to the table and starting integrating the private sector into the sustainability discussions. And we have seen also a few commitments on creating a dialogue platform on the topic between the public sector and private sector. So hopefully that will be an action to follow up on, Mila, further on. Of course, setting up a proper regulatory environment is quite critical for the adoption of ESG, but the government should be leading by example, was one other conclusion. And of course, there are finances, knowledge, convenient power available from the development partner side. Thank you, UNDP and EBRD, for being with us today and helping for this to happen. Now, then, the next panel on the sustainable finance, again, we've learned quite a few things from the panel members, which was quite representative, I must say, from the international financial institutions and development partners to the regional investment funds, impact investment funds, and local banks, so quite covering pretty much all the stakeholders relevant for the topic in Moldova. And we've seen that the IFIs, the impact investment funds, are looking at the ESG considerations already when taking an investment decision, including in Moldova. And they're measuring the success by having more and more sustainable SMEs funding from their resources. They are looking at the environmental, social aspects, as well as the business practices, but not less important is the commitment from the business and from the financial intermediary when they are taking their decisions. So to commit is also important already at this point. And moreover, some of them, as for example, VIG representative mentioned that they are planning to look at the current portfolio of clients, looking at to which extent they are compliant to the ESG principles. So overarching conclusion here would be probably that ESG is already present in Moldova in a way or another, and also it's here to stay. And there's a secondary conclusion that for this second panel, G was most important out of the three letters, which I think Marcel Spatari wouldn't like, most likely. So this is what we have. We have also learned from the experience of the local bank that ESG is here. Actually, two local banks which were brought into discussion by the fact that they are already developing sustainability strategies, ESG strategies, and most likely will be assessing the SMEs, which would be, or companies which would be requiring funding by the sustainability criteria as well. And the last but not least important panel, kindly moderated by our colleague from AmCham community, Marcella, showed how important for the suppliers of EU companies present in EU are already the ESG principles to be embraced by and sometimes the policies or supplier code of conduct are being cascaded from the group. If it's part of the group, sometimes the companies need to adopt themselves already and start understanding. This is why we're trying to build awareness about the topic and try to put it on the map. But irrespective of the way, the direct economic advantage, which Marcella stressed a few times, is there by implementing the ESG policies in the company. Current examples in the agricultural and agro-processing industry show that being funded today already means that you should be prepared for exercises like due diligence on these topics, which is again important. Now, for a service provider, from the service provider standpoint, the E is equally important to the S, and of course to the governance, and we've seen that aspects such as energy efficiency and ensuring equality at work were important, are important for the Moldovan service provider. And again, the conclusion here is that it's not about just a fancy trend. It's about growth and development, which was stated by them. So overall, I guess it's a bit more than we expected originally when we were thinking about this event. Not because we had less expectation from the audience and from everyone involved, but we thought that it's a rather new topic. It seems it's not that new topic, although there is a lot to discuss, and the half-day dialogue, which today has opened so many angles of discussions between various stakeholders from public and private space, and a few commitments made, as it was mentioned, and showing the human face of the business, I guess, which was also said by one of our participants. So thanks a lot to everyone who made this possible. Again, AmCham team, UNDP, EBRD teams, my colleagues from PWC who have traveled to be with us today, and of course to those who decided to stay with us for this half of the day and to engage in these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I think I've just realized that Alex hasn't been properly introduced, and those who doesn't know this gentleman, Alex, is the director at PWC here in Moldova, actually a partner in crime for this event. Now, I think we will be fully in compliance with all the pillars, environmental, social, and governance, if we go and have a drink, a glass of wine. I think we all deserve it after such a long day of this complex information assimilation. We are ready to receive your feedback. If you have all the positive feedback, please give it to me, and everything constructive, please pass on to Alex. He will be also there. And I think it's just the beginning. Let's network, let's brainstorm, let's see how we shall continue with discussion of this topic. At 6 o'clock, all the AmCham community will be joining for our season networking reception. Please stay if you have time. Thank you. And now it's officially closed.
With population and urbanization on the rise, must nature be on the retreat? How can we build a world that works for people and the planet? At Holcim, we're putting climate action at the heart of our business to build a net zero future. With low carbon materials like EcoPact, the world's broadest range of green concrete, and Aerium insulating foam for energy efficient buildings. With smart technologies like 3D printing, using nearly 3/4 less material, driving the circular economy to build more with less. Like our EcoPlanet range of green cement, which includes the world's first cement with 20% construction and demolition waste inside. Driving next generation technologies, we capture CO2 and aim to use it for everything, from fuel to food. Climate change is everyone's business at Holcim. From green bonds to green trucks, driven by net zero incentives. Join us to renovate our urban built environment and make low carbon construction a reality where nature and cities thrive together.
What matters most in the world matters to you. Diversity and inclusion, reducing your carbon footprint, employee health and workplace safety, protecting your personal data. Knowing your organization's environmental, social, and governance impact is no longer a nice to have. Boards, executives, employees, and customers are expecting it. ESG performance can impact access to capital from institutional investors, brand value and reputation, employee retention and attraction. You want to know where your organization stands, move confidently to improve performance and reduce risks, and enhance your reputation with facts. PWC can help you meet this moment with ESG Pulse. Quickly understand the maturity of your ESG disclosure process and pinpoint opportunities for reporting improvements. Consolidate information across sources, business units, and regions to get faster insights. Benchmarking to reveal where you stand against competitors. Visualize your current state against SASB and TCFD disclosure metrics. PWC is one of the leading firms providing ESG services, and we will continue to lead with our experience and innovative technology solutions. ESG Pulse can help accelerate your program and bring your organization's values to life.